Thanks so much.
Oh, there. I see we are live. People can see us now.
Great. The one other thing is just for everyone to mute themselves because a little bit of background noise can make it look like you're the speaker.
Is there a way to indicate time? Because we'd like to stay on schedule.
I was in mine. I was just kind of holding up a paper with like, you know, this much time left. You can also chat it in the Zoom link, but
yeah.
in the Zoom chat.
Although, while giving a presentation, at least
you're not going to be looking at chat. So I think it's
exactly.
easiest if the moderator just holds up something to the camera.
Okay, so sort of, since they're only,
you can just do, you know, 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I can make, yeah. You want me to do that, Rustom? Hold up 5.
I've got a piece of paper on which I can write that.
Okay, cool.
So usually you do that at what time? Because you've had some experience. Daniel?
Your call. I mean, yeah. However you want to do it. They're only you know, 10-minute talks, so you might want to do it at, I don't know, 3 minutes or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You could even do 1. I mean,
1 minute. Thanks for offering, Jennie, but I like to think that I'm capable of doing something in life.
Great.
If I bomb this, then you really know.
Hi, Stephen.
Hello.
Does this look okay?
Yeah.
looks good to me. So everybody, if you've got the YouTube open, again, I recommend turning off the sound on it. Otherwise, it's going to be very distracting. And I've even popped out the chat and hidden the video entirely.
All right, for all of you who are out there, we'll start in about a minute.
I just want to congratulate everybody for yesterday and relieve. And apparently Walensky is really great for the CDC. So lots of things happen. Now Mark has worked with her and he thinks she's amazingly good.
Great. And Bruce, we are on live stream to the YouTube channel, just FYI.
Okay.
All right. So I think we can start. I just have a couple of minutes worth of just introduction to the symposium. First, we are all excited to have you all out there on the YouTube channel. Excited to have you all with us today. And we have a really fantastic lineup of speakers here for the symposium, ranging from postdocs to full professors. You should have all received over email the schedule for today. I'm showing it again here. As you can see, the symposium for today is organized into 3 distinct sessions. Each session has 2 moderators, and the talks in each session are 10-minute talks, followed by 5 minutes of questions. And then at the end of the session is a 15-minute panel discussion. So since you're on YouTube, you should be able to see on the right-hand side a top chat area. So you can put your questions into that top chat, and the moderators for the sessions are going to keep on top of that top chat and take out the questions and present them on your behalf to the speakers at the end of their presentations. So I encourage all of you to actually use that top chat feature in YouTube if you have any questions. Finally, I want to mention that the workshop is organized by Emory Theory and Modeling of Living Systems Initiative. This initiative was started by Emory College to promote collaboration on the Physical and Life Sciences Initiative or interface, and to also bring the rigor of mathematical modeling to learning from experimental and also observational data. This is one workshop of Emory TMLS. There are other workshops, and you can see recordings of previous workshops or this one, after the fact on our YouTube channel, so you can always go back to it. Finally, we just want to thank the Emory College of Arts and Sciences for support, and also the NSF Physics of Living Systems Student Research Network for funding. And then last, but definitely not least, we want to thank Tiara Ward, who's the TMLS program coordinator, for all of her help in terms of making this workshop happen. And with that, I will give over the floor to Rustom, Antia, and Jennie Lavine, who are moderating the first session.
Thank you, and welcome everyone. Since we have lots of really interesting scientific questions, let's get straight into them. The first session will focus on models for understanding drivers of population level spread. And the first speaker is Rachel Baker from Princeton, who works on climate change and modeling with a focus on infectious diseases. And I'll hand over to Rachel to start the presentations. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So hello everyone, I'm delighted to be here to have this opportunity to reflect on what we've learned about COVID-19 modeling. I'm going to talk about my particular area of interest, which is thinking about the climate drivers of COVID-19. So if we cast our minds back to February 2020, we may remember that in some forums, there was the idea that maybe in the summer months, as temperatures warmed up, the virus would disappear. And I think this idea is not without scientific merit. We know that many of the endemic directly transmitted infections are highly seasonal and do tend to have wintertime peaks in cases. So diseases such as influenza, RSV, varicella, and of course the endemic coronaviruses as well. I think added to that first strand of evidence, we also saw that SARS-CoV-2 emerged and first circulated in colder regions in the Northern Hemisphere in the winter months. So these 2 pieces of evidence together might have informed this idea that it would disappear in the summer months. But of course, that's not what we saw. We saw a lot of circulation in the warmer months. We also saw circulation in warmer countries as well. So since then, we've seen a massive research effort to understand the environmental drivers of SARS-CoV-2. And so there's a nice review paper that came out in July that reviewed the literature up until June and found 40 publications and 80 preprints addressing this particular question. And I think more than any other question, this question has attracted people from a wide range of backgrounds, such as climate science, economics, ecology, medicine, public health, and epidemiology. And by far the majority of these studies use primarily statistical approaches, and they combine the readily available climate and COVID-19 case data at different spatial scales. So there have been studies at a global level, there have been studies just looking at one particular location. And I think if you take this literature as a whole, the results have been somewhat inconclusive, to the extent that in this review paper, they have a slightly damning statement in the discussion, which is pressure for rapid answers and information has prompted impulsive and dubious forays into signal finding missions, such as those that dominate the current body of literature that had accumulated to date. So a slightly damning statement, but I do think there are some more robust studies within this big body, and it would be a shame to sort of discount all the work here. And so I think it's useful to apply a filter and to think about some of the common sources of bias in these statistical studies. And hopefully we can apply that filter to discern some of the better studies from some of the worst studies. So there's two main sources of bias that I think about when we're looking at these studies of climate drivers of COVID-19, and that's spatial bias and temporal bias. So spatial bias is just the idea that we know that climate varies by latitude. We also know that COVID-19 cases appear to vary by latitude, but we don't necessarily think that that's a causal relationship. There's many reasons that we see differences in COVID-19 cases over space, such as differences in reporting, testing, timing of emergence, population density, and control measures. So if you were to fit a statistical model where you match that climate data to spatial variation in COVID case data, you might pick up the spurious relationship between those two variables. And I think the second source of bias is temporal trends. We know that climate data trends, especially if you're looking at the first 6 months of the year, temperature goes up in the Northern Hemisphere, or if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, it would go down. Cases are also changing over time. And so you need to account for these trends in the data. And we did do a little analysis just to highlight this effect. Here we're taking temperature data from one location and matching it to case data from a different location. So we're mismatching those two time series. So temperature data from Italy and case data from Australia. And then we're fitting some of the common statistical models, such as Pearson correlation, Spearman correlation, Kendall correlation, linear regression, negative binomial GLM, or Poisson GLM. And here we're doing that exercise 1,000 times, randomizing the locations each time. And this is a histogram of the p-values, or the correlation coefficients that you get out from those models. So all those p-values are very highly significant. You can see the bar is just way below that 5% level. And that's just showing you that those trends are so strong that they're picking up a strong positive relationship between those two time series where we don't think there should be a causal relationship. So there are ways to control for these forms of biases, and there are some studies that did this, and you can sort of demean the data before you start your analysis, or you can include location-specific dummies or temporal dummies or temporal trends over time. And there were some studies that do this. So I think this is a first nice filter to apply to kind of pick out some of the more robust studies in this large set. So a secondary issue, which is not so much a methodological issue, is more how these studies were then interpreted. So now we can imagine that we have a regression and we have some sensible controls on the right-hand side. We found a significant effect of climate on COVID cases. And then how do we interpret this significant effect? So in some studies, any significant effect was sort of extrapolated quite a lot. For instance, I found my significant effect of climate on COVID. Therefore, this means the virus will not circulate in warmer countries and will disappear in the summer months. And there's an additional step that needs to be done here, which is sort of the nitty-gritty work of putting this climate data back into a projection to seeing how it plays out against other factors. And I think a better interpretation is that this effect of climate on COVID was small, and so taking into account the scale of the effect. However, I'd even push back against this one. I think really when you have these nonlinear dynamic disease systems, this idea of a small versus large effect really does depend on the state of the system. So I'm going to select a couple of examples from the work that we did on this just to highlight this point. And the first one, maybe an obvious one, is that the climate might not matter in the pandemic stage of an infection, but it can start to matter more in the endemic stage of an infection. So here in this model, we're using a constant effect of climate on COVID transmission, and we're running a simulation for 12 years. But along the y-axis, we're picking a different year's weather from New York. So weather over the last 37 years in New York, and seeing how that weather variability affects the trajectory of cases. And so in the pandemic stage, we see this large red line, essentially a large outbreak, no matter what the weather's doing. But when the disease becomes endemic, we see that the timing and intensity of that epidemic peak is pushed pushed around quite a lot by that variability in weather. So that small effect of climate on transmission is having a much larger effect on cases when the disease becomes endemic. And a second example from some follow-up work that we did, here we're looking at the interaction between non-pharmaceutical interventions and climate. And we're taking a particular example of New York. And here we have the NPIs that we have in place are keeping R0 very close to 1. But climate just gives you enough of a nudge of transmission in the winter months to push R0 above 1. And of course, that's the bar that we need to have this exponential growth in cases. So when we look at what this does in terms of the case trajectories on this lower plot, we see in the climate scenario, we see a large outbreak now. And in the constant scenario where there's no climate taken into account, there's no outbreak whatsoever. So again, here, that small effect of climate on transmission can have a big effect in terms of total case numbers, just depending on what else is going on in the disease system. And a final, not so much a climate example, but I think it's also worth mentioning that one of the issues with making projections within a single statistical model is that it's hard to account for things such as susceptible dynamics. So in some of our follow-up work, we've been looking at how the NPIs that we have in place right now could affect the dynamics of some of the other endemic infections. And so here we're looking at cases of respiratory syncytial virus or RSV in Texas. And we have our NPIs in the model. And we can see that there's this buildup of susceptibility during the NPI period. And that susceptibility is here with the blue line. And this results in a large later stage outbreak in RSV cases in winter of 2022. And so it's hard to take into account those sorts of features in a primarily statistical framework. So what's the answer? I really think there's room for building these two approaches together, a hybrid approach. I do think statistical inference is really valuable. It's the only way that we're going to get out a population scale estimate of this effect of climate on transmission. But I think it needs a mechanistic framework to understand the implications. And so we can integrate these two approaches together. Mechanistic models are also valuable, but they can be improved with this statistical inference. And I think the sort of main takeaway here is interdisciplinary collaboration could really help improve understanding and improve this question. We have statisticians who really know how to control for all these sources of bias in the models. We have climate scientists who know how to select these different climate variables, what makes sense to include in our models. We have virologists who can give us understanding from laboratory settings of how climate seems to be affecting virus survival. And then, of course, disease modelers who can take all this and put it into a model and make a projection of what might happen in the future. So thank you. I've just put up here some more citations from this field, 2 review papers, and then a nice sort of critique of some of the statistical methods that we used, and then a nice laboratory study. And then if you want to read more about some of the work we've been doing on this, then I have my website and Twitter handle here.
Thank you very much. And thank you for staying almost exactly on schedule. It's 10:15 exactly. And so I'm going to start by asking a question. You mentioned the statistical models. Do we know anything mechanistically about what exactly in climate is causing these fluctuations? And is it the same for many different diseases?
I mean, I think that's a great question. I think it's somewhat of an open question. So we have sort of 3 main theories of what's going on. One is behavioral. So there's some grouping together indoors in the winter months. One is virus survival itself, and that's where the laboratory studies can really help us. We know that particularly for these enveloped in viruses seem to be somewhat sensitive to colder, dry conditions. I mean, warmer conditions, they survive better at colder, dry conditions. And the third is more of a physiological response. If there's something about the immune system that tends to get worse in the winter months. But how all those 3 factors play out, it's really hard to design an experiment to test that at the human being scale, which is where this inference based on the population level data, I think, becomes really valuable.
Thanks so much, Rachel. I think we got a question here from Ilya, which I think is a bit related to what was just asked, but in particular, he was asking about behavioral effects. Are there any that you know about being particularly important for these systems?
Yeah, and I think that is sort of building on what I just said, I think it's really hard to pull out the behavioral effects. I think we know for many of these infectious diseases that behavior does matter. And I think the classic example would be measles, where we know that the timing of school semesters seems to be the key thing that drives those seasonal peaks of infection. So there are diseases like measles where we don't think climate is necessarily playing a role, but it still has its seasonal spikes. Then there's other diseases like RSV, where we can see a really clear signature of the climate. With RSV, you see very different dynamics depending on latitude, and it can really only be explained by climate factors. So it really does depend on the infection and the type of virus and how it's spread, but behavior is definitely important.
Thank you. Do we have time for one more, or are we?
Yeah, I think time for one more question.
I'll pass on also the question. You had that really interesting plot of susceptible buildup during this time of behavioral interventions. And I'm curious what you might think would happen with, say, the endemic coronaviruses, which might have some cross immunity with CoV-2 versus, let's say, influenza, which people are having limited infection and not getting something related in its place.
I think that's a great question, and I'd probably have to build out some models to test it. But I would imagine the endemic coronaviruses are doing the same thing that flu is now and RSV now, which is essentially it's sort of disappeared temporarily and it's driven down by the NPIs. But you're right that with the endemic coronaviruses, there's definitely some complexity of how those viruses could be interacting with SARS-CoV-2 and how our immunity could be responding across them. So I think it's a more complex projection to make.
Great, thanks.
Right.
I have an additional question if I think we have a couple of minutes left. So for influenza, we see that climate drivers and their effect differ in temperate regions versus in the tropics, the effect of humidity, the effect of rainfall, so that certain climate variable doesn't actually always necessarily, like let's say absolute humidity and increasing that doesn't always increase the transmission rate, but in some places it actually decreases it, right? So you have these differences, these geographic differences. So I'm wondering in terms of the statistical models, do any of them actually allow kind of those differences in terms of the effect of certain climate variables on disease transmission, and that those might actually differ depending on whether we look in the tropics or in the temperate regions?
So we actually did some work on this for RSV. So I'm going to talk about my own work on this, but we look at specific humidity and precipitation and how those two factors can trade off on this gradient between sort of tropical climates out to northern high latitude climates as well. And so I think there is, although it seems like there are very distinct drivers at work, I think there is a common climatological explanation where as you get closer to the tropics, you don't get that extreme variability in temperature or specific humidity. So maybe rainfall starts to take over. But I think we can build a model across climates for those effects.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for a very stimulating talk, and also for introducing during the question session, the interaction between climate and the other one other really important factor, which is going to be behavioral changes. And that's what will be our next speakers will be talking about. They're Nigel Goldenfeld, who's the Swanlund Chair and Professor of Physics, and Sergei Maslov, who's the Professor and Bliss Scholar of Computational and Systems Biology at UIUC. So with that, I'll give them the floor so that they can tell us more about how we deal with behavioral changes that occur during epidemics.
Thank you very much for the introduction. This is Sergei Maslov, and let me just share my screen 1 second. We figured out that given the short time we have, we will not really tag team, so I will give the talk. But in this talk, I'm actually representing the entire team based at UIUC modeling COVID-19. So here is a list of all the members of the team. Nigel and I are team leaders, and we work on a multiple models. In fact, we work with the state of Illinois on making predictions region by region. We have an agent-based model modeling the spread of the epidemics on campus at UIUC. But I decided that given this more philosophical nature of today's symposium, I will present a more theoretical work, which we are preparing for publication right now. So it's really new and untested, will appear on preprint probably in a week or so. And the lead sort of driver of this work is our partner in crime at the UIUC modeling team, Alexei Tkachenko, who is my colleague in my former place of employment at Brookhaven National Laboratory on Long Island. So without further ado, the main thing which we are actually trying to understand and explain, the main puzzle to us regarding the long-term epidemics like COVID-19 is what are the forces keeping it from either exponential growth for a long time or exponential decline. In other words, we have this epidemic with us for over a year now, and yet, if you will look at the past 8 months in most of the areas, just for an example, I show a random selection of states, including my home state of Illinois. And as you can see, what is plotted here is RT as a function of time. And you see that in virtually every state, after the initial period of rapid exponential growth, RT is fluctuating around 1. It may be up to 20% higher than 1 or up to 20% lower than 1, but it never really goes wild, and it oscillates. It goes up and down. So we are trying to understand what is really behind this, this type of behavior. And let me, in the next few slides, I'll walk you through the sort of put it in context of what people think about how epidemics generally stop themselves. What are the forces which prevent which ultimately limit the exponential growth of the epidemics. And of course, all this idea about it dates back to 1920s, the famous SIR model, or in a separate paper, age of infection model, which just tells that, well, as the epidemic is rapidly advancing in the initial phase, it depletes susceptible population, and as susceptible population gets smaller and smaller, the growth self-limits, and in the end of the epidemic, the growth will stop altogether. So if this was the behavior of the epidemic, we will see RT gradually falling from whatever value it was initially, crossing 1, and then continue to falling all the way down to 0. Then there was a second sort of tier of models, and again, I'm just giving you a few references here, including the recent work by Joshua White, who is here at the conference. But this idea was that, well, of course, social dynamics have to be taken into account, and the social dynamics will lead to the behavioral changes such that the people will adapt their behavior in response to what is going on in the world. So if the epidemic is really rampant in your region of the country, people will stop going out, or at least reduce them going out. And if the epidemic is temporarily abates, they will start going out again. So this is what we and others call a knowledge-based mitigation type of feedback. And then, of course, to both of those mechanisms, what needs to be added is the fact that the population is not homogeneous, it's heterogeneous. And this heterogeneity in the population would lead to significant corrections to both mechanisms. In other words, the fact that some people are more socially active than others will result in a general modification of the epidemic dynamics with or without adaptive mitigation. Now, let's just move forward to what we actually did. So we considered the following scenario. We decided to consider a scenario in which this social heterogeneity, population heterogeneity, is not fixed in time, but instead fluctuates in time. Unlike, on the other hand, unlike the models based on knowledge-based mitigation, those fluctuations are completely random. So they remind a random walk. And what is shown here as a series of profiles are the levels of social activity, individual social activity of 4 people in our population. And here they are kind of symbolically represented by, on this part, They are symbolically represented as group figures moving between partying and staying at home. And in order to describe this sort of random stochastic behavior of social activity, we borrowed equations from finance. It's known since 1980s, and somewhat confusingly is known as CIR model, not to be confused with SIR model. And the main kind of features which this type of random behavior captures is the fact that social activity, of course, cannot be negative. Even at most, it can be zero if you are completely isolated and staying at home. That social activity of any person reverses to its long-term mean, which we call alpha I. So every person has a sort of his or her level of average social activity, and your current social activity may deviate from this alpha I, but ultimately it will reverse to the mean. And finally, on a short time scale, social activity is known to be to show significant overdispersion, which we also know as superspreading in epidemiology. And in this particular model, it will be a gamma distributed function, which is what we usually use to fit the superspreading events. So in order to put this kind of new addition in the context of our previous diagram, it introduces a feedback between the heterogeneity, population heterogeneity. In other words, this heterogeneity is not really fixed in time, but instead is variable in time. And there is a negative feedback loop of this heterogeneity acting on itself. Surprisingly, the whole dynamics is captured with only 3 equations. And the most important of them I show here. This is the equation describing how this heterogeneity of social activity in a population changes in time. There are basically 2 forces. One force, which is driven by the current strengths of infection. You may think about it as daily new infections in the epidemic, which is driving it up, so it increases heterogeneity. But left to its own devices without any driving forces, heterogeneity will actually fall back to 0. And this is a very important term, which essentially tells you that any kind of herd immunity, transient herd immunity, which is reached due to population heterogeneity, will not last. And we all know that this is the case. We all know that those kind of waves of the epidemic, which reach a peak well before we expect them to reach a peak based on standard SIR type of models, ultimately do not last. You know, they fall down, but then they are replaced with subsequent waves and so on. So just since I don't really have time to go into details, those are the 3 equations, which are fairly standard. The 2 of them are fairly standard. They are, you know, with some modifications, equations from the SIR model with heterogeneous population. But these new terms, which I put in red, highlighted in red here, are the effects of these fluctuations in social activity described by our model. Now, you may say, well, what are the real observable consequences of this heterogeneity? And there are several of them. The most important one is that if you look at the cumulative attack rate in a population, and here I compare 2 heterogeneous models. One is in which population social activity stays constant in time, and the other one in which it is dynamic, as it is in our model, the green one. And as you see, while the regular heterogeneous model is actually overshooting the herd immunity threshold given by a dashed line, significantly overshooting, and then stopping itself. Instead, this dynamic heterogeneous model, which we introduced, has another long time scale of relaxation towards herd immunity. And in the long run, and notice that here we are talking about years, you know, 350 days or so, which is much longer time scale than the time scale of a single wave of the epidemic. It just gradually relaxes towards this herd immunity threshold. And depending on what is actually going on in the population, this relaxation may actually be either smooth gradual relaxation or may have some waves, and the waves would show up in a sort of dynamical portrait of those 3 equations. So the waves would essentially manifest themselves as a spiral behavior relaxing towards the long-term fixed point. So again, I don't really have a lot of time left to give you details. Actually, how much time do I have? I probably have about 5 minutes at most, right? So the other thing which we
0
minutes. Okay, then let's make it the last slide. Let me just make it the final statement here is that one other modification of the model we consider is what happens if you add if biological immunity wanes in time. In this case, our epidemic actually would naturally enter endemic state, and this endemic state would be much easier to reach simply because the epidemic dynamics doesn't show the significant overshoot. And overshoot, of course, leads to ultimate extinction of the virus. But here, due to this long time scale of the relaxation due to social effects, the biological wane in immunity has time to build up the new cases. All right, thank you very much for the attention, and I'm ready to answer questions.
Thank you for a fascinating talk. I'll have one question to start off with, which is different countries with different political systems have had some, extraordinarily effective methods of control. For example, Australia and New Zealand with a sort of political system, at least in some ways, vaguely resembling what's going on here. But also Vietnam, Taiwan, and China have all controlled the pandemic very much more effectively than other countries in Europe and in North America. How do your models take into account the differences between these different countries and behavior?
Well, we view the external mitigations like government-imposed mitigation, or also the mitigations maybe driven by psychological response described by this adaptive feedback as external perturbations to the model. In other words, what I described here is a model in which mitigation stays constant throughout the time of the infection. But in reality, mitigation can both vary from country to country, as well as can vary within the same country as a function of time. So just to give you a flavor of what is going on when you introduce mitigation in the model, here is our attempt to model the second wave of the epidemic in the Midwest of the US and the Northeast of the US using our model in which the mitigation is gradually changing. So the wave is being triggered by the end of lockdown sometime in the maybe end of June, and then subsequently sustained by seasonal changes. And the main point is that even though the mitigation is being constantly relaxed, in other words, our mitigation factor here only grows, the model still responds in waves. So this is kind of easy to understand from the dynamical standpoint. If you have a system of dynamical equations perturbed and they have some oscillatory behavior, it is being provoked by changes in mitigation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergei. I wanted to voice a couple questions from the chat over here. One that people have seconded, so I'm definitely going to pass that one on, is that there's a surprise that the persistent heterogeneity is leading to a larger final epidemic size. So some other models suggest that that this kind of heterogeneity would lead to larger initial growth, but a smaller final epidemic size. And so just wondering if you can help us understand how those two fit together.
Great question. I'm not really comparing this to a homogeneous model. In other words, so here we are comparing apples to apples. So if I was to add on the same plot what I expect for homogeneous model, then the herd immunity threshold would be actually higher, and the final size of the epidemic would be even higher. However, what I'm comparing here is heterogeneous model, and the model in which this heterogeneity is still present, but supplemented by additional fluctuations. So again, I had to rush through a lot of things here, but the main answer is that in both cases, in a green line and a black line here, the heterogeneity is exactly the same, and that's why they share the same herd immunity threshold, which is reduced compared to the homogeneous herd immunity threshold.
Thank you.
Okay, is there one more question? And then we should move on, but let's make sure it's a little bit brief so that we stay more or less on time.
Sure. Okay. Last question then. This one has also been voiced in a few different ways.
I have a question. The University of Illinois was well prepared for the pandemic and for the coming back. And have you evaluated how well your models have actually fit what happened with, and can you explain the deviation? I mean, and it was profound deviation.
Right. By deviation, you mean this initial sort of outbreak in the University of Illinois? Who didn't follow the. Well, you know, this is sort of stylized model, so we haven't really thought of applying it to a relatively small community like University of Illinois.
Sergei, maybe I should answer Bruce's question, because I think he's asking a different question to what you're answering. So the main difference that happened, the model that we use at Illinois is an agent-based model. It's a different one than the ones we're talking about here. It has a heterogeneity built in a lot of different ways. The main thing that we didn't understand initially was the level of compliance with testing compliance and public health district compliance, isolation, quarantine. So once we put those in and fit that, what we found was that you get about a 40%, 30 to 40% non-compliant fraction of the students. And actually, we also know that is correct because we actually can monitor who's testing, and so we've seen that those numbers are about right. When we put that level of non-compliance into our models, they do replicate the attack rate that we actually observed, and they make predictions for the forthcoming semester.
Great. Thank you guys so much. We would love to continue this conversation later. You're welcome to keep putting chats in the chat about any of this. We'll have some time for discussion at the end of this panel, which is just after one more speaker. And there's always email and lots of ways to communicate about these wonderful questions.
So with thanks to both Nigel and Sergei for the discussion, let's move on to the new generation of speakers who will be talking about preparing for Generation C, training a new generation of epidemiologists to meet a new generation of public health crises. And Stephen Kissler from the Harvard School of Public Health will tell us more about this. Thank you, Stephen.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I definitely want to say thanks to the organizers and to everybody out there who's attending. It's an honor to be here. I also want to, before I start, acknowledge some of the people who I've worked closely with over the past year. They've each helped to shape a lot of what I'm going to be speaking about today. So if I do end up saying anything useful, the credit is theirs. So in the summary for today's meeting, we hear that we're now awash in epidemiological data and similarly awash in COVID-19 studies. If the journalist Ed Yong is right, we're also soon to be awash in people who are eager to contribute to this awashedness. In the conclusion to his article from The Atlantic called How the Pandemic Will End, Yong envisions this future for America. Buoyed by steady investments and an influx of the brightest minds, the healthcare workforce surges. Gen C kids write school essays about growing up to be epidemiologists. Public health becomes the centerpiece of foreign policy. In 2030, SARS-CoV-2 emerges from nowhere and is brought to a heel within a month. So the C in Gen C here refers to COVID-19. Yong anticipates that this pandemic is going to be the defining factor for the next generation. He makes two important predictions in this passage with which I agree. First, that we're going to see a massive influx of interest in our field. And second, that we're going to keep facing public health crises on par with SARS-CoV-2. So it's therefore the responsibility of those of us currently in the field to ensure that the people who are about to join us are prepared to meet those crises. So what are the skills that they need and how can we teach them? Well, these skills, whatever they are things that I think I mostly lacked a year ago when my attention first shifted to the emerging pandemic. I kept overlooking key implications of the models I was building, and I failed to see important elements that I should have included. For example, when I was asked to generate an early forecast of cases in the United States, I failed to account for the fact that our country of over 300 million is in fact not a well-mixed population, and I ended up with a massive overestimate. So maybe with enough time and reflection, I would have realized what I had done. It's kind of obvious in retrospect, but time and reflection aren't really luxuries that you're given in an emerging pandemic. What I lacked was a certain intuition, an epidemiologist's sense, that would have allowed me to properly order the importance of the inputs and the outputs of the models I was building. It's a sense that thankfully my mentors had. What was most fascinating to me was how they used models to test and build their intuition on the fly. It was an approach to modeling that I hadn't seen in action before. It was spontaneous and creative and a little bit chaotic, but it allowed us to quickly map out the space of what SARS-CoV-2 was and what it might become. So my central question today is, how do we build that intuition that guides those first moments of crisis response? So to answer this, I think it's helpful to look at other fields that deal in crisis every day. Let's take, for example, medical doctors. For a doctor, each new patient who comes in the door can be seen as a distinct crisis. The patient's illness is mysterious, an emergent situation that demands the doctor's response. When faced with the crisis of a new patient, the doctor responds in two ways. First, by diagnosis, and second, by management. These actions draw on very different skills. To manage illness, it's necessary to know about drugs and their interactions, the dosing, potential side effects. It's what some have called a knowing that. It's a sort of universal knowledge that you can get from books and observation. It's knowing that a particular disease behaves in a particular way. But diagnosis is different. It relies more on an embodied and an implicit knowledge that the doctor builds up by seeing hundreds of patients day after day. These encounters allow the doctor to build an intuitive perceptual link between clinical signs and their significance. This is what is called a knowing how to navigate the sick body. It's the physician's sense. It's an intuition that can seem miraculous to an onlooker and sometimes even to the doctor herself. And it's what governs the key ability to make the call of sick or not sick. And without it, the physician is essentially blind. So before we return to epidemiology, I want to note that the doctor often uses the same tools for both diagnosis and management, but in different ways. Let's take the stethoscope, for example. When making a diagnosis, a skilled doctor will use a stethoscope as if it were a part of her own body, using the bell as an extension of her ears. She'll use it in an open and attentive way, probing different parts of the body to chart a mental map of the illness. But then, once the diagnosis is made, her use of the stethoscope changes. It's targeted and precise, oriented towards the parts of the body that most clearly reveal the illness and its course. So the tool is the same, but the physician's relationship with it is qualitatively different. Quantitative epidemiology, I think, bears some resemblance to clinical medicine, but the key distinction, one of them, is that we face crises a lot less frequently. So because of this, I think we spend a lot more of our time in the management state of mind, articulating and refining solutions to problems that are already fairly well mapped out. Now, I don't mean to undersell the difficulty or the importance of this work. It does take a lot of creativity and a lot of skill, but it's a different sort of activity than we were engaged in during the first weeks of the pandemic. And since we spend so much time in this management frame of mind, our diagnostic skills can get rusty, or in my case, we might never properly develop them in the first place. To draw the analogy a little bit further, models are our stethoscopes. My mentors were able to use models as extensions of their own intellect to chart out the space of problems that we were facing, whereas I was stuck trying to model solutions to a problem that still hadn't been properly mapped. I was blinded by the narrowness of my own perception. So what's to be done? How can someone like me rise out of our perceptual ruts? I think we can look again to medicine for guidance. 100 years ago, medicine was in a state that's not so different from our own. Medical degrees in North America were granted after a few years of studying books, taking lectures, and seeing demonstrations, but there wasn't much opportunity for direct encounter with patients. The physician William Osler, who's still well known for his diagnostic capabilities, recognized that this sort of training stunted the development of the all-important physician's sense. And he realized that the only way to develop it was to encounter patients at every stage of training. His ideas founded medical training as we know it. Because of this, medical school became essentially a social instrument for building the physician's sense. Maybe it's time for us to have something similar. So what might this look like? I don't claim to have any good ideas. I hope that this is just the starting point of a much broader discussion where we can think about what this would look like for the field as a whole. But I'll start off with a couple of ideas. So first I want to talk about that Well, so the first idea is that we could practice crisis response. Since public health crises are relatively rare, we'll need to simulate them. And senior members in the field could potentially construct a fictional emerging outbreak scenario, complete with a few data sets. And the data could be shared with early career researchers who could have 48 hours to refine the data, build models, and propose interventions. These reports could be published or presented at one of our field's conferences, which would generate concrete outputs that we could reference when applying for jobs. So not only would this hone our individual skills for crisis response, but it would also forge new relationships among members of the field, which turn out to be incredibly important during a real crisis. Second, I'm fascinated by the continuing medical education section of the New England Journal of Medicine. Basically, you can read about difficult cases that are faced by other doctors and practice making your own diagnoses. It's a way of keeping your skills fresh. So what would this look like for us? Maybe we could devote a section of our own New England Journal to 200-word summaries of unexpected findings and trip-ups that we encounter in our own modeling. To give an example, in one of our early models for social distancing for SARS-CoV-2, one of the reviewers of our paper pointed out that by using the standard exponentially distributed waiting times between the epidemiological compartments, we were probably underestimating how quickly cases would rebound after lockdown. The reviewer was right, but I don't think I should be the only one who gets to benefit from that sort of feedback. Publishing brief epidemiological case studies like this, I think, would help us all stay sharper and better prepared for future crises. Finally, one last way to get more repetitions in crisis response is to closely study the history of these crises. To illustrate this point, in March of last year, I happened to crack open this textbook, and the very first chapter describes a raging debate over lockdowns and economies that was disturbingly like the one that we've seen this year. But this one took place in 1831 in England in response to a cholera epidemic. Knowing this might have affected how we structure our models in the early week of the pandemic, and it definitely would have affected how I communicated about them. Integrating history into our curriculum, I think, is really important. But I also think that we should contribute to writing that history, and I think that modeling can help here too. This isn't a new idea. It's described in detail in this article. And one of the things that I noticed for sure was that some of these specific articles that used modeling to study historical pandemics helped shape my own perceptions of SARS-CoV-2 early in the pandemic. Importantly, there's a lot to be done to address historical, socioeconomic, and racial and ethnic disparities that I think will better prepare us to identify and respond to these in the future. So in conclusion, I think that to adequately train the next generation of quantitative epidemiologists, we need to focus in particular on building sound epidemiological intuition. We can do this by simulating crisis scenarios, by more openly sharing the methodological challenges that we face, and by deepening our understanding of and our contributions to public health history, so that we can more easily navigate complex crises with the urgency that they demand. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And that's a fascinating idea, sort of like people have done with the protein folding puzzle. People generate models which you don't know what's going on, and then you sort of work for longer term to do that. I'll open it up for questions because there's lots of questions for different people. But before we do that, let's have a couple of questions specifically for Stephen.
Stephen, I wanted to share with you a question that was voiced. Are there structures for developing rapid solution-oriented models that stem from the tech world, such as agile development and information technologies that we might use to inform our own process of some of these things that you were describing?
Yeah, I think that there are. This is an area that admittedly I'm really just beginning to delve into. So these sorts of questions are exactly the sort of things that I hope for. But I have heard about this kind of thing where there's almost this like crowdsourcing of solving certain types of problems. And you get these incredibly creative solutions from people who aren't professed experts in a given field. So I think we have a lot to learn from that sort of approach.
Great, thank you. One more question. I'm wondering, I think one of the things that we often find with models is that we can do a lot of fitting and projecting, but all of that is only so good as how close the model fits the system in useful ways. And I'm wondering whether there are experts in other fields or communities who have their own voices about what is really central to those systems in their particular community that might be useful to reach out to help us define the world of model structures to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that related to some of those ideas I was mentioning earlier, a lot of the same texts that bring up the ideas about knowing that and knowing how really emphasize that to develop that intuition, that knowing how relies on community and discussion, and especially with people with different sort of experiences of the world than your own. And so I think that there'd be a lot of value to that. And importantly, I think that we need to continue making sure that we're sort of measuring up those observations and those interventions against the real world and not just theorizing. But I think SARS-CoV-2 has really given us the opportunity to see what the impact that our voices and our models have really in the real world in a way that I've never experienced before. And so it gives you this much faster feedback. And I think that as we communicate sort of our own sort of different perceptions of that feedback, we can learn an awful lot, especially with people from different fields.
Do we have time for one more? Or
yeah, certainly one more question.
Cool. People have been talking a lot about what are the most relevant skills. So if you were kind of based on these thoughts, like what would you want to teach the next generation so they're ready for this?
Yeah, it's famously hard to articulate, what exactly these skills are, because in many ways, like the people who are experts in this way, the doctors who are making diagnoses or these kinds of things, sometimes they don't even realize what those skills are themselves. It's like really hard to communicate what they are because they're so embedded in their practice. But I think that practically speaking, like what it looks like is a sort of ability to synthesize information quickly on the fly, an ability to sort of sift through important information and to find ways to communicate that clearly, both to ourselves and to the broader public. So I think that it would probably be certainly a lot of communication and really, again, just like a lot of exposure to different fields and a lot of study of sort of what's gone right and what's gone wrong in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you particularly for introducing many new ideas about how we should go in the future in ways I had never really thought about in the past. And now I'd like to invite all the panel discussants to sort of to bring out questions and in a way that synthesizes ideas brought up by this morning's talks.
Here's one question that I think might sort of apply to everybody a little bit and be interesting to get people's feedback on. Questions about how we can sort of distinguish, if we can distinguish stochasticity from fluctuations that are intrinsic to fluctuations or variability that's due to particular heterogeneity. So that's a pretty broad one, but I think it might be something that all of you have something interesting to say about. So how do we use fluctuations in data to assess, what might be there in terms of population heterogeneity, intrinsic oscillations, or stochasticity?
Well, I can start off. I don't know if it's going to be a great answer to your question. But in a lot of these ecological models, which of course the epidemiological models are based on, demographic stochasticity has a distinct signature compared to extrinsic stochasticity. And that is, if you look at the power spectrum, what happens is typically when you work it out, the demographic stochasticity gives you multiplicative noise, and that has a different power law spectrum than extrinsic stochasticity. And it's a very clear signature, and it's been seen in real ecological data. So I think there's ways, in principle, if one has a long enough time series, which of course for an epidemic one hopes one doesn't, that one can start to distinguish some of the signatures of this. But otherwise, of course, they're convoluted in in ways that are very difficult to disentangle.
Yeah, I think building on Nigel's point, the time series and the amount of data seems to be the key issue here. In order to find these, whether it's a climate signature or whatever else, a demographic signature, we do really need large data sets. And I think sort of reflecting on what Stephen was talking about, I feel like this is another piece that we sort of looking forward maybe need to build in, which is how do we collect more data on the infections? How do we collect more data from a wider range of places and on some of the endemic infections as well? But how do we monitor possible new emerging infections to sort of complement potential new efforts of a Gen Z sort of modeling cohort? So I think it's something interesting to reflect on.
Stephen, go ahead.
I was just going to ping that one step further, which is that we all love really long time series with lots of data. But I think Stephen brought up this really great point that here we are and people are looking to us and we're giving some degree of answers with whatever error bars and certainty we can or can't give. But at the beginning, when it's not just a matter of whether we have collected the data in the past, like the data doesn't exist. So how do you think might be best to deal with that uncertainty in these early months of an emerging pandemic?
I mean, I think that from my perspective, it sort of flips the statement on the head a little bit, but I found that one of the real values of the models that that my mentors were guiding at the beginning of the pandemic were, it was trying to sort of answer those questions, sort of highlight which of those key pieces of data should we be collecting right now. That was really the question, not really like what should we be doing in a policy sense, but like what data do we need to even know what it is that we're dealing with? So I think that that's one valuable role for modeling. And the other thing is that when I was trying to make sense of the pandemic and to communicate it to other people, I wasn't relying on models. I was relying on these historical studies of the 1918 flu pandemic, really. Like that's what I kept referring back to. So I think having more of those, just things that we can point to at least sort of map the space of possibilities a little bit better would be really valuable.
So history and measuring the right things, knowing what the right things are to measure, maybe?
Something like that, maybe, yeah.
Great, thank you.
But I do think that there is a role for fundamentally understanding epidemic dynamics. I mean, I think one of the surprises that we had moving sort of from ecology and evolution into studying, doing a bit of computational epidemiology, was how incomplete some of the knowledge was about what drives epidemics. I mean, I think some of the recent work by us and Joshua and other people, trying to put in the fact that the awareness of what's happening feeds back in very non-trivial ways, and those are things that are fairly fundamental. So I think if one has a better understanding of what are the possible outcomes and trajectories of epidemics, I think that helps constrain models and predictions in the early stages when, of course, you have too little data to really know what's going on.
Thank you. Yeah. So here is
trying to say something. Sergei's muted. Sergei, you're muted. Sergei, you're muted.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. That's why. So I have actually a comment to add about how to deal in the early stages of the epidemic, how to deal with uncertainty. And of course, uncertainty will continue to be there for quite some time until people accumulate enough data. And that's why you can only kind of guess many of the parameters. And I remember distinctly how Nigel and I dealt with it in March when we were trying to make some meaningful predictions for Illinois. And the solution we found is that, well, there are so many parameters which we don't know or know imprecisely. So the only scenarios you can compare are the scenarios in which all the parameters are kept fixed, but only one thing is changed. To be more concrete, we were considering what happens if the mitigations in Illinois would start basically a week from now or 3 weeks from now. And the results were dramatically different. And of course, they were somewhat qualitative, but I guess the message I want to say is that even when you have a huge uncertainty about parameters, by keeping them fixed and comparing only one sort of control case and test case, you can still send a powerful qualitative message.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, you can't compute absolute values and make solid predictions, but you can compute deltas, and that's what really one should be focusing on is deltas, apples to apples rather than apples to oranges. So yeah, that's exactly what we were doing at that time. Yeah.
I'd like to maybe start with Rachel and ask what have we learned about from the COVID pandemic about disentangling the relative contribution of climate and behavior, and sort of are we much further along than we were at the beginning?
I hope we're further along than we are at the beginning, but I think it is difficult, and I think this is, sort of reflecting on the conversation we just had. This is, in terms of this point about data, this is where we can learn from other infections. And I do think that it's helpful, although we have to make a lot of assumptions and each pandemic is going to be different and each virus that emerges is going to be different. We can maybe sort of constrain our range of outcomes if we were to look at, say, what the other endemic coronaviruses are doing and what's the climate signature we detect for those. And that's something where we had quite poor data, and it's quite hard to distinguish even for those endemic viruses, differences between demographic factors versus climate factors because of the limited time series that we had for those viruses, and they were very sort of broad geographic regions. So this is where I think better data collection efforts, even if it's not, within the pandemic of that particular virus, but within that family, we can hopefully get some generalizable lessons that we can apply when we start to model something that we haven't seen before.
Can I piggyback off of Rustom's question? And this is for all the speakers. So on NPR this morning, there was, one of the headlines is current deadly US coronavirus surge has peaked, researchers say, right? And that's based off of aggregate US data on cases, of course, really high, but looks like it's coming down a little bit. Since you guys are all in the session on models for understanding drivers of population level spread, I'd like to get kind of a very short response from each of you as to why you think, is it immunity? Is it, climate? Is it reduction in contact rates that are kind of self-imposed due to what? And so, why is, this surge? Why is this peak actually? Why is it going down now? And then how do we use that knowledge or understanding of those drivers to actually, give a new leadership as of yesterday to actually guide policy in terms of reducing COVID-19 deaths?
Well, I can take a first shot. So I believe that this is a classical case. The fact that the peak has been reached and started to go down, we saw it over and over in multiple waves of the epidemic. And we believe that it's due to this, what we call a transient collective immunity. In other words, the current level of heterogeneity resulted in this fragile collective immunity being reached. But as soon as people start changing their behavior, it will be destroyed and the next wave will come. So again, I'm more hesitant to get any policy recommendations here, but I believe that we understand why it stopped where it stopped.
And don't worry, it hasn't actually peaked because B117 is going to give you the next wave, and we've already started modeling that in Illinois. So we'll have some more.
And Rachel and Stephen?
So my sense is it's not mostly climate that's caused the recent large outbreak we saw in the winter months. I think it was probably a little bit of fatigue with some of the social distancing measures, and at least in the US, the three major, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then New Year's events all coming back to back, which never gave us the space to allow cases to really drop off. So each time you were starting when cases were already high, then you had a bunch of people coming together and things started to pick up again. So hopefully we're now out of that holiday period. We'll start to be able to get things more under control with the control measures we have in place.
I largely agree with that too. I think that it's been so complicated in my mind to understand just how all of the different superimposed elements here. The one I think that has been forefront on my mind is the geographic sort of distribution of cases, and how that in itself can sort of lead to these false peaks and troughs and sorts of things if you have major outbreaks in big cities that are all synchronized. you can get this collective epidemic picture that looks like you're having a peak and a trough, whereas really it's just sort of masking over a lot more variation at the local level, and also masking over sort of geographic spread of the illness that helps to explain some of what's going on as well. So yeah, I think that it's just incredibly complex, but I also anticipate that it's a lot of behavior at this point.
And I think another thing to add to that is, which hasn't come up yet, is the method of transmission. I mean, I think it was very slow for the community to recognize the role of aerosol, and of course that factors into not so much climate, but at least whether you're indoors in poorly ventilated spaces or outdoors, and what the level of social activity is. So that method of transmission also factors in to the environmental and the behavioral aspects.
And one, to sort of build on this observation, do the speakers have any idea about why we were so slow to think about aerosol as the main route of transmission? Was there some aspect about that we didn't want to tell the public what we knew because of the lack of PPEs or something like that?
I don't know. Jose Jimenez says that it's we built in our agent-based models, for example, we recognized very early on, just from the pattern of super spreading and so on, that it was clearly aerosol driven, and sort of droplets and 6 feet, basically wrong. And Jimenez says that there's just documents there's a long decades of resistance to aerosols in the epidemiological literature in the past, and I think that's probably, I don't know enough to to say one way or the other, but I think that makes a pretty compelling case for that.
I would agree with that, and I'd also point out the guinea pig models for influenza, where they kept guinea pigs in separate cages, infected one group with influenza, and then saw them transmit to guinea pigs in separate cages. And so there it's sort of another, I think, somewhat sort of nice indicator that might be aerosols involved. So I'm also confused about why early on there was so much pushback against that theory.
Okay, so I think we've sort of at the time when we should stop with leaving an open puzzle which we don't know the answer of, and there are lots of those. And I'd like to thank all the speakers of at this session for very stimulating talks. And we'll take a break now and come back at 11:15. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, it's 11:15. We are back. And welcome to the second session. This one's going to be about characterizing patterns of population spread with different forms of data. And first up, we have Caroline Buckey. Caroline, there you are. And please go ahead, unmute yourself and start sharing your screen.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I hope you can see that. Thank you for having me today. I think this is a great combination of talks. So today I'm going to talk about one particular kind of data that we've been using a lot during this pandemic, but also previously, to try to understand the spatial dynamics of infectious diseases. So I just want to comment on this issue of data. So it's very easy to make an SIR model. It's much harder to meaningfully parameterize it using data. And one of the problems that we've had with this epidemic is that while we have data on confirmed cases, that's only really a very small fraction of the total number of people with the infection. We can use hospitalizations and deaths to try to understand dynamics, but they are a smaller subset and also have uncertainty. What we really want to understand is transmission, which happens before the cases are confirmed and reported. And we want to understand that so that we can know what to expect down the road and make sense of what's happening with the epidemic. And so I'm going to distinguish between two kinds of models that we often use. So the first are models that try to understand transmission within populations, and they rely on assumptions about contact rates between people, how people are mixing within a population. And then for larger scale spatial spread, we can think about transmission between populations. And in modeling, we often use this kind of meta-population framework where we understand populations as each population is modeled separately, and then we try and understand people moving between them to quantify importation rates or the risk of outbreaks spreading beyond an individual population. So obviously the data that we have to parameterize transmission within populations is very challenging to collect, especially in a crisis situation when people's behavior is changing very quickly. But even in normal times, it's very hard to actually understand how people contact each other, and it's very context specific. Transmission between populations and mobility patterns that lead to importation between populations, there are more data sets in some ways, but still this has been a major gap for modelers. At the beginning of 2020, we saw an absolute deluge, a kind of waterfall of new data sets from mobile phones that have been eagerly taken up by the research community, very different fields, to understand some of these different behavioral aspects of populations that will drive transmission. So we've seen Apple, Google, Facebook, ad tech data from Mapbox and Cubic and so on. They've all started putting out these movement data in the context of non-pharmaceutical interventions to try to help understand what's going on with transmission. And some of the questions that we might be asking with this kind of data depends on where we are with the epidemic. So at the beginning of an epidemic, we might want to understand, okay, where is the epidemic going to go next? How are people moving between places with different levels of endemicity for the virus? And then when we intervened with these non-pharmaceutical interventions and lockdowns, we can start to use mobile phone data to understand the behavioral response. Have people stopped traveling? Are they complying? Has different types of mobility changed? And then as we reduce transmission, we can start again to ask these questions about, well, okay, are we going to get importation events and so on? So this is data from Facebook, which has been putting out fairly standardized mobility data since early on in the epidemic. And this just shows their relative mobility change for different counties across the US, in Massachusetts, New York, and Florida. And the data was useful, especially at the beginning of the outbreak, because it showed us that regardless of some of the local policy decisions about lockdowns and so on, the whole country actually shut down almost simultaneously. And we were able to kind of see that in near real time and look across these large spatial scales at what was going on qualitatively. And then we can look at which counties were deviating from that. What we've observed around the world, as well as here in the US, is that we've seen massive migration from urban centers to rural areas. So this graph shows Facebook data from France, India, and Spain. And again, the y-axis is relative change in the number of Facebook users in different areas. And the places around the country are just separated by how much nightlight there is using satellite imagery. So places with the most nightlight, that's yellow lines, those are the urban centers. And then the dark blue lines are increasingly rural. So here you see in India, when the lockdowns were announced, we had a mass migrations out of the cities and into the rural areas. And we've seen that to varying levels in France, Spain, the US, South America, all over the place. So we can see these kind of big general trends using this kind of data. What we've also been able to do with this kind of information is to link mobility patterns, not just to epidemiological outcomes, but also to some of the socioeconomic and social context that's driving some of the behaviors. So this was a study, Stephen's actually first author here, where we looked at prevalence in pregnant women in different neighborhoods of New York. And then we compared that to how much decline we saw in commuting patterns. That's a very specific kind of movement, out in the morning, back in the evening. In different neighborhoods of New York. And you see a very strong relationship between how much commuting declined and how much SARS-CoV-2 there was in that place. So we're linking behavioral drivers to the actual epidemic. Similarly, this is data from a study that was done in Chicago, where they start separating out these behavioral responses by socioeconomic status. So you can see here, the per capita mobility, and you look at the changes over time when the lockdown was announced, and you see that the bottom income was less able, essentially, to reduce mobility because we have essential workers and so on, than the top income. And that explains some of the racial disparities that we've seen, both in the death rates and in the overall prevalence. It explains some of the local heterogeneities in the dynamics of transmission. And this is also seen internationally. So this is data from Chile in Santiago in Chile, which is the capital. This is led by Pamela Martinez and Gonzalo Mena. So this is a map of Santiago, and it's colored by socioeconomic status, with the poorest neighborhoods being in this dark red and the richest being in green. And if you look at the COVID deaths per 10,000, you see a strong relationship with socioeconomic status. And if you then look in the mobility data, this is from Facebook again, and you look at the reduction in mobility during the course of the epidemic in lockdown, what you can see is that essentially the wealthy neighborhoods, these green ones, were able to fully lock down and stop commuting, whereas poorer neighborhoods showed a much reduction in mobility patterns. So you can start to disentangle behavioral mechanisms that are linked to some of the epidemic outcomes that we've seen. So I do think this data is really incredibly useful. Now I want to start to disentangle a bit some of the problems or biases with this data. This is a new kind of information that we're starting to integrate into epidemic models, and there are many problems with it. So if we look at this table and we look on the left at the different sources of information, Apple, these are ad tech data, Facebook, Google, and so on. They are variable in terms of how open they are. They all develop their own metrics, and these are not necessarily standardized across the different types of data. They have different spatial coverage. We often don't know how many people are in the data set. And for almost all of them, because of the nature of the mobile phone data, because this is from private companies, we don't actually know how representative it is. So, with epidemiological data that we're used to using to understand epidemics, we are quite careful about biases and representativeness, and we think hard about this. And I think what's happened is that we're so excited to have new kinds of data that we have started to take this information at face value. And this goes back to something that Stephen was saying. It's easy to make an SIR model. It's much harder to understand exactly how to use it effectively. And I think a similar thing's happening here with this data. We're getting a lot more data, but it's not clear how we actually use it in a way that's meaningful. So first of all, there's the obvious demographic biases. For data from Facebook and so on, these are people that are smartphone users that use apps. And I'm not talking about contact tracing today, but smartphone users are only a subset of mobile phone owners. which are only a subset of the population, and they skew young and they skew wealthy. So we're missing important people in our data, particularly in low and middle income countries. And then coverage is very variable geographically too. So this is a comparison of the coverage for 3 different data providers, Canva, Facebook, and SafeGraph. And this was put together by my PhD student, Nishant Kishore. So you can see that we have different kinds of heterogeneity in coverage for different data providers. And what I've seen in many models is that people are using this data uncritically and incorporating it into mechanistic models as if they can use it in a quantitative way. And I think that that's something that we really have to be concerned about, and we have to think about hard moving forward. So I don't know if that was very short or very long. I can't keep up with the time very well, but I'm just we can have discussion. So I think there is no question that these new data sets, mobile phone data, are, for the first time really, we're able to get near real-time indicators of human behavior on different spatial scales, and we can see different types of behavioral dynamics that lead to epidemic differences between populations as well as transmission at scale. So this is really a very valuable way to keep track of non-pharmaceutical interventions and to think about the epidemic. I think as the epidemic goes on, we will see an increasingly dissociated relationship between the epidemiology and the behaviors themselves, because people will become immune, people are doing other kinds of interventions, people will start to be vaccinated. And so we'll lose that mechanistic link a little bit as time goes on, and that's something that's important to take into account. As in terms of the broad relative movements, these data are incredibly useful. We can start to parameterize travel routes and volumes and so on. And general trends in behavior can be used for model parameterization. I think, though, that at the moment, the data are not being held to the same standard as other kinds of information that we use in modeling because it's new. And so because the data come from private companies, we are often unable to interrogate the biases and representativeness that these data represent. And so that's a problem that we need to work on. I don't think we can assume that these mobile phone data reflect contact patterns within populations. So although they are related to contact patterns within populations, they're not the same as them. And so underlying a lot of this is the ability to understand when you can use data to parameterize these models and when it's inappropriate, and how to distinguish between different kinds of modeling questions. And then the last thing I think is that we're at a sort of transitional point. I think this data will increasingly be used for epidemic modeling. At the moment, the privacy considerations and the frameworks for data sharing between government agencies, academia, and industry are not worked out fully. And that means that I think there is some concern that we'll see the blurring of lines between state surveillance and public health surveillance. And we need to be very aware of that. And that conversation needs to happen now before this becomes a way for companies to monetize personal information. So I will stop there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Caroline. I did not do a good job of keeping you to time, so I think we probably just have time for one question. So something brought up by Richard Vanderwerken and Dean Carlin in the chat. Is there a compelling example of mobility data being used to predict how bad COVID is going to be in a population before it gets there?
It's a good question. So mobility data can be a useful proxy for example, the structure of commuting patterns within a city. And we've actually just done a paper where we look at the difference in the structural features of Dhaka in Bangladesh and Bangkok in Thailand, for example. Cities that have certain modularity and different kinds of network structures are probably more or less prone to epidemics of different sizes. And Ben Dalil showed this in a great paper in Epidemics a couple of years ago, actually comparing commuting patterns and showing that that is predictive of how epidemics might go. So to that extent, yes, I think it can be useful because it tells you about the context. I think that it can also tell you how likely that city might be to receive imported infections, depending on the spatial scale, depending on kind of exactly what we're talking about. But yes, I think the structure of populations, the structure of cities, the structure of commuting patterns is a useful way to think through pandemic readiness and potential for epidemic spread. And I hope that that will be something cities start to think about more systematically.
Good. Now, I'm just going to mention one question, and I'm going to ask you to hold your answer to the panel at the end, because I'd like all the other panelists to weigh in. People have been asking, like, kind of, what would be your dream data? So like, what data do you wish that you had, and what could you do with it if you had it? So I'd ask you to think about that and give us your answer in the panel, and I'd ask the other panelists to think about that too, please. Great. So with that, then we can get right back on schedule with Mike Warby next. So hey there, Mike, can you unmute yourself? There we go, and go ahead and start sharing your screen, please.
Right.
And I will try and do a better job of really showing you when you're out of time, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
All righty. So I want to talk a little bit about uneven sampling of SARS-CoV-2 genomic data across time and space. I want to quickly acknowledge some of my co-authors on some of this work. And let's get right into it with the sort of breaking news 1 year ago, around January 20th, 2020. The very first COVID-19 case was diagnosed in the US. And this person was a Chinese national who had traveled to Wuhan to see family, and then back to SeaTac airport and back home just north of Seattle. And this person was quite clued into public health messaging about the new pneumonia disease in Wuhan, started feeling ill and thought I'd better go to the doctor. Went there, samples were sent to the CDC, and sure enough, he became the first patient to be diagnosed. And at that point, a very, very intense effort was made to track the contacts of this person, to isolate this person. I actually was sort of indirectly linked to this person. I was having drinks at a faculty reception in early February down here in Tucson, Arizona. And one of our grad students who's from China said that he had been contacted by public health officials from Washington State, because it turns out he had been on the same plane as this first case. No evidence that it spread down to Tucson at this case, but this was how the virus got a foothold into the US. And fast forward to about 6 weeks later, there was this kind of huge shift in the perception of what was going on when Trevor Bedford and others involved in what's called the Seattle Flu Project, who had been collecting respiratory samples and screening them for the virus retrospectively, found in late February a second case that was, in this case, not linked to any travel from the same general area of Seattle. And what was most interesting about this patient is the genome in this patient was only a couple of nucleotides different across the 30,000 nucleotides of the genome. And the immediate inference, and there was some uncertainty even at the time, but the inference was, maybe this first person, despite all of these heroic public health efforts back in January, maybe this person actually did initiate a cryptic outbreak of this virus. And so maybe we're 6 weeks into an outbreak already. And this was quite disheartening, if the very first person who established, who was infected in the States and had all of this attention paid to contact tracing and isolation, if the virus was sneaking through even in that situation, it seemed somewhat hopeless. And so I initially was convinced that this was just too much of a coincidence. The similarity in these viruses in January and late February really did look like it suggested a single introduction. But the more I analyzed these gene sequences and got a feel for how they evolve and how slow, for the most part, this virus evolves compared to other RNA viruses like influenza, the more I started to wonder, is it possible actually that these were two separate introductions, even though they were quite similar? And here we get into this feast and famine issue of uneven sampling. So at the time, there was actually Washington State was pumping out tremendous numbers of genomes of this virus. So we had really good sampling in this area, but we had still very poor sampling in Wuhan, the epicenter of the epidemic. And so it's this kind of situation where you're trying to make sense of, get the full picture of, does it make sense that this was a single event, or could it have been two separate events without having the luxury of even and full sampling, particularly in the epicenter where you would want it most. And so we took basically a couple of approaches. One was just to rerun the tape of evolution. And so with simulations, we now went back to that Washington State outbreak, and we enforced, okay, that the outbreak really did happen with that early patient in January. And so let's see what happens if we run this over and over and over again, and we create a contact network and a model for how the virus spreads through that network. We drop that virus in mid-January and initiate the epidemic, allow the contact network to be generated, and then evolve sequences down the resulting contact network, and then look at the simulated sequences and ask, do they have the same patterns as we see in the real sequences? And the short answer was no, that there's a whole bunch of different patterns that you might expect. In the top left is basically what we see. We see the actual first case, WA1, that's 2 mutations away from everything else that we saw in Washington State. You could ask, if WA1 really did start the pandemic, shouldn't we expect to see genomes identical to WA1, like in the top right? And you might more often than not expect to see them, but 30% of the time you won't see them. So this is not definitive. But what was really missing were patterns like down in the bottom left panel E, where if you have WA1 initiating the infection, and then you have a big clade of viruses that you sample that's 2 mutations away, then 100% of the time in these simulations, you also expect to see sibling lineages that maybe share one of the 2 mutations on the way to the big outbreak, but then have evolved down a separate trajectory. We didn't see those, so this is pretty strong evidence that the actual data is not consistent with WA1, this early patient actually starting it, and probably indicates 2 separate introductions of this virus. We also looked at it from a phylogeographic perspective, where here we looked at travel history and also unsampled diversity, where we try to take account of the fact that there's lots and lots of cases in Wuhan at this time that we know we're not sampling. So can we actually add that in, and they become these sort of ghost lineages with these dotted lines here. And just really quickly, broadly here, what we're seeing is WA1 on this Bayesian phylogeny is down here. This is that first patient. The Washington outbreak is in the top right here. And you can see that, especially when you take into account the lineages that we know we're missing, there's just a very strong indication phylogenetically that this was a separate introduction event, and the posterior probability is highest that this was a separate event out of Hubei province. we found a similar thing in Europe, actually, where people had speculated that an early German outbreak down here in the bottom left, Bavarian patients, initiated the big outbreak in Italy that then spread elsewhere. Here in green, the lineages from Italy. But again, the same thing. These look like separate introductions, with the Italian outbreak being initiated from a separate movement of someone from China with a quite similar virus early in the epidemic, and then the virus taking off. Okay, just to wrap up here finally, in terms of feast and famine, the feast of genome sequences is really coming from the UK with the COVID Genomics Consortium, where in a very unbiased way, they are generating now in the sort of hundreds of thousands of genomes from cases across the UK. And of course, this was critical to discovering this B117 lineage that is now spreading in the US, has taken over fairly quickly in the UK, seems to have increased transmission. And this is a very nice paper actually showing from that genomics data that this variant of concern, VOC, is just steadily increasing its kind of share of the epidemic as time passes in the UK. And so back to the famine side of things, in the US, we've been wondering, is this virus establishing itself here as well? December 29th, it became clear that that was the case. So in Colorado, we found the first B117 case. So we know we're a couple weeks in at least to the epidemic. But I just wanted to show you very quickly here, even with the very sparse sampling in the US, this is something that my grad student Brendan Larson and I just posted. There are very clear clades that look like they are single introductions into Florida in the one case, and California in the other. The California one dates to early November, the Florida one late November. So we think that we're actually quite a long way into this epidemic. But interestingly, in California, the virus is still only at about 0.4% of all cases. B117, despite having apparently been circulating since November, still only accounts for less than 0.5% of cases in California. It accounts for a larger proportion in Florida, about 0.7, despite being there way less time. And so what we're wondering is if there are very different dynamics of this virus in different parts of the US. And one of the possibilities is that in California, the new virus is competing against new variants, other variants that also have very high transmission, so it hasn't been able to carve out too much of the real estate. And with that, I'll leave it, hopefully with time for some questions. Thank you very much.
That was a really excellent talk, Mike. Thank you. So we had a question from the chat about to what extent your sort of simulation studies on simulating these epidemics and getting a tree and sampling that tree and looking at which ones are the most likely, how sensitive are those to sort of the epi parameters, such as how long the duration of infection and other sort of parameters about the infection dynamics? How does that shape the likelihood of different trees?
Yeah, that's a good question. The results seem to be actually really quite robust to a lot of those epi assumptions. And so we, in the supplementary materials of the paper, we go into a lot of detail with, what if the doubling time is actually considerably shorter or longer than we think. And the short story is that the conclusions seem pretty robust to those assumptions.
Awesome. So another question is about how the extent to which asymptomatic cases seem to be establishing these outbreaks. And I guess sort of more generally, a question that I had is, to what extent can these methods and these simulation studies be used more generally to estimate, for example, how many introductions likely gave rows to all of the sequences that we see in a region, instead of just doing it sort of like, did WA1 lead to this downstream outbreak? If you look at all the sequences, how many instructions likely gave rise to that?
Yeah, there definitely is some sort of some information that you can glean from these sorts of analyses. And so one interesting observation there is, despite the fact that lots of people must have been coming in with the virus with asymptomatic infections that slipped past what were already extremely porous defense mechanisms that the US set up, you still had very, very few successful establishments of lineages from China. And of course, what we saw was that European lineage came from Europe to the East Coast and then swept across, and essentially all of the Chinese variants died out. And so I think what that's telling us is that, first of all, there probably are lots of outbreaks that are established by both asymptomatic and symptomatic patients that we don't sample, but that there's a huge heterogeneity, and that probably the vast majority of times when the virus moves into a new place, it actually, even if it infects one or two people, it probably goes extinct. And we followed this up with a similar study trying to place a time on the index patient in Hubei province, which incidentally it's very hard to see how that could have been before about mid-October. And so suggestions that the virus was circulating in the spring of 2019 and that kind of thing just don't seem to make sense. But with those analyses, what we see is that if you reran this epidemic over and over again, about 2/3 of the time, this virus would actually fail to establish itself. It would peter out. And I think that's the same thing that happens when it moves from place to place. The vast majority of the time it peters out. And I see my time's up, so I better zip it.
Thank you, yeah.
But thank you. All right, so moving right along, next up we have Isabel Rodriguez-Barraquer. Isabel, I see you're unmuted. Can you just go ahead and share your screen? Take it away, please.
Sure. Can you see my screen now?
Yep, looks great.
Okay, so I'm going to be talking about another source of data that has been discussed many times in the past year, which is serological data. So just a brief introduction, and I guess just like Caroline said, really, I mean, data based on surveillance is really incomplete, and in particular, case counts provide a very incomplete picture of cumulative population exposure to SARS-CoV-2, and this is because of the very, very large proportion of asymptomatic or mild infections that never make it to the surveillance system, but also due to the incomplete understanding of factors leading to symptomatic disease, and importantly, due to differences in testing and reporting practices between and within locations. So from that perspective, serology is often considered the gold standard to quantify infections in a population. And here I'm going to be talking about antibodies, and in particular about IgG as a biomarker of past exposure. So if you go out and you sample ideally a representative fraction of the population and you measure whether a person has antibodies to SARS-CoV-2, you can in theory know what proportion of the population has been infected, and this is not the point of my talk. If it's correlated with immunity, then you can know what proportion of the population is susceptible. And an important thing about this is that this allows estimation of key transmission parameters that are not identifiable from case data alone, right? Early in the epidemic, people were trying to estimate R0 and infection fatality rates and all sorts of parameters just on case data, but really many of those parameters are not identifiable based on case data alone. So you can estimate cumulative exposure in a population, you can estimate attack rates over time and space. And once you have that, you can estimate, for example, the percent of infections that are asymptomatic and the infection fatality rate that has been super discussed throughout the epidemic. And of course, you can also use this kind of data to further parameterize mechanistic transmission models and really calibrate R-naughts for specific locations. And of course, there was a lot of talk about serosurveys since the beginning of the epidemic, and these are just the screen captures that I took yesterday from a webpage in Find that's showing that there's 423 different assays to measure antibody responses to SARS-CoV-2. And then on the right, it's a capture from SeroTracker, that is a webpage that has been trying to track reports or results of seroprevalence studies throughout the world. And I think this is an underestimate, but they report at least 541 seroprevalence estimates. And on the news, it's been all over the place since the early epidemic, reports saying what proportion of the population has been infected. So in general, low attack rates have been reported from Europe. Spain conducted a large survey and also reported like 10% of the population was infected. In December, there was like a report from Manaus in Science saying that 3/4 of Manaus have been infected. Headline from the US saying that immunity still remains low. And I think weekly there's reports of serosurvey results all over the place. So since early in the epidemic, we started asking, can we really trust this? Can we really trust this source of data? And our main concern was that whenever these tests for serology are optimized and developed, generally the manufacturers or the person that optimizes these tests uses samples from hospitalized patients and for very recent infections in order to calibrate and optimize these tests, right? And then they go and they publish the results. And this is just an example of a Roche assay where they report that it has 100% sensitivity. So it's able to capture or to tell you 100% of people that have been infected in the population, and also very high specificity, right? But this is based on this sample of positive controls that is, again, very recent infection and very severe infection, right? And we know that in reality, if you do a cross-sectional sample from the population, well, there's a very broad spectrum of disease that goes from asymptomatic in a majority to severe, but also there's a distribution of times since infection. There's people that got infected recently, but also people that got infected a very long time ago. And this is what in epidemiology is often called spectrum bias and can lead to biases in your estimates. So we really wanted to tackle that question and see whether we could trust those estimates that were coming out. And lots of excellent papers have been published characterizing antibody responses to SARS-CoV-2. But again, many of these studies focus on symptomatic or severe populations, and they focus on few assays, right? So we took advantage of a very nice cohort that is being recruited and followed at UCSF, which is the long-term impact of infection with novel coronavirus or link study. And this cohort has been following people since April of last year, and they're followed monthly over the first 4 months, and then quarterly, people with confirmed infection. And there's many outcomes that are being measured, but we were interested in antibody responses. And in particular, we were interested in capturing, in the fact that this cohort captures a diverse population across the spectrum of disease. And we were interested in capturing and comparing multiple serological platforms. So this is some results of what we found. We've been finding across 7 platforms that we've compared a lot of heterogeneity and a very strong association with disease severity. So this shows that across all of these platforms, asymptomatic individuals, which unfortunately we have few of, have lower responses, and in many cases, responses that are below the cut point of the assay. And here I'm focusing on 4 assays that are commercial assays. So you can see that severe hospitalized patients have much stronger responses. We also find that in general, kinetics of these antibody responses, and here in this figure I'm showing like the measured antibody response over time, up to 4 months after infection, vary a lot between the platforms, right? So some platforms, and again, focusing on, let's say, for commercial assays, in some platforms you get responses that are increasing through time, even after 4 months, while in other platforms, like the Abbott, you get like quite fast waning over time, and many of the responses approaching the cut point. And this results in very different times to seroreversion for these different platforms. And why this matters is because, for example, the Abbott platform that is shown here is the platform that has been used for very large scales serosurveys, including the Spain serosurvey that enrolled over 90,000 people, the Italian serosurvey with over 100,000 people, and the CDC serosurvey in the US. So really it's problematic because it becomes hard to interpret any of these results. So in terms of lessons learned from our studies and from what has been published by others, the first lesson is do not trust the product labels. Again, this is looking at the Abbott assay. If you go and look at the reported sensitivity and specificity is 100%, but based on our own data, and this is work that is being led by Saki Takahashi, if you fit some models to this data, you see that actually the expected sensitivity of this assay is much lower, and particularly lower for people with mild disease and asymptomatic disease. So when analyzing data from seroprevalence, you need to keep in mind that probably the reported sensitivity and specificities are not right in the general population. Second lesson learned is always question the reported crude estimates. So for example, in Italy, they reported a crude estimate of 5% of seroprevalence. But if you look at when they conducted their survey, again with the Abbott assay, it was in between June and July of last year, and that was 3-4 months after the peak of the epidemic. And they used, as I said before, the Abbott assay, right? So probably that 5% is an underestimate of the actual seroprevalence that existed in Italy at that time. So choice of assay and timing of survey matters, and I think that timing is only going to become more important as more time since the beginning of the epidemic and the initial peaks passed. And the final lesson learned is that estimation of attack rates from serology might require accounting for time and severity dependent sensitivity, and there's people that are thinking about this. This is on the left is a paper published in Science with the seroprevalence of Manaus, and they also use the Abbott assay, but they realized that waning was a problem, so actually adjusted and did some models to adjust for their attack rate estimate. And then on the right is a preprint published last week where they try to do some adjustments as well for the attack rates measured in the UK due to the concerns of waning. But to our knowledge, no one has adjusted yet for sensitivity that varies to severity. And this is something that we're actively working on, trying to figure out how to incorporate these sources of uncertainty and variation. So just to conclude, antibody responses are still the gold standard to estimate attack rate, but need to be interpreted with a lot of, you have to be very careful. Not all assays are created equal, and reported sensitivity and specificities may not reflect performance in the general population. And also that I think that statistical and transmission models that use serological data will need to start accounting for antibody kinetics moving forward. And this is only going to become more important as the epidemic progresses. Yeah. So with that, I will finish and take some questions.
Thank you. I was very intrigued by your last point about adjusting for all these biases, and you say you're working on it. I mean, what is the prospect for that? I mean, do you think that it's you're gonna be able to get there with the current data we have, so that you can reliably adjust for the biases?
So I think that of course we're only trying to do it for the assays that we have good data on, right? So I think that moving forward we will need more data on the kinetics of every specific assay if you want to adjust for that particular assay, right? So right now we feel more or less confident of the data, for example, that we have from Abbott, and we will be getting more, even longer term data moving forward that will let us parameterize those models better. But yeah, I mean, of course, I think there's a scarcity of data of the true performance of these assays in the general population and over time. Yeah.
We had a question in the chat if you had any insight into the estimates from Manaus and the nearly three-quarter attack rate that got reported from there, and sort of that's been used more recently to inform conversations about whether or not different variants have higher transmissibility, because you would think at 3/4 attack rate you're nearing herd immunity. And if you had any insight on sort of that study and the estimates from it.
So yeah, I mean, what's going on in Manaus is super intriguing right now because they have like a second peak despite like this initial estimate of 3/4 of attack at 3/4, yeah, 75% seroprevalence. But there's two things. One thing is that, again, like this estimate was heavily adjusted. If you look at the table on the bottom left, in October 10th, the actual seroprevalence that they measured was 20%. And they adjusted that seroprevalence using a waning model up to 76%. So truthfully speaking, the highest seroprevalence that they measured was like 50%, right? Which is still very high and still doesn't explain what's being observed right now, right? But there is a chance that this model, let's say, did overestimate that it was not 75% to begin with, but rather more 50% or over 50%. Again, that doesn't explain what's going right now. And I think there's several hypotheses of higher transmissibility, but also of reinfections that need to be studied carefully. Yeah, because if it's reinfections, it's really bad news for the rest of the world.
Like a similar question building off that from Katya is whether these sort of statistical adjustments to the raw data, will they always provide a higher estimate of the attack rate, or is there ever cases where the raw data will actually overestimate the attack rate?
Yeah, so I focused on the sensitivity, which is the issue that we've been dealing with, right? So yeah, so if you have like a lower sensitivity, then yeah, if your assay has an imperfect sensitivity and you adjust for that sensitivity, it will always be higher. The issue is that specificity, which I didn't talk about, also yeah, if your assay is giving you false positive results and you adjust for that, and knowing what your specificity is very good, is very important. Well, that could lead to lower estimates, right? But if it's due to sensitivity, it will go up for sure. Yeah.
Okay, well, we are right on time. Thank you, Isabel. So let's move on to our last speaker of the session, Sam Scarpino. Sam, can you go ahead and unmute yourself, please?
Yes. And
great.
And everyone's able to see my slides.
Yep.
And
looks perfect. Take it away.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you all very much to the organizers for inviting me and for putting together such an exciting set of speakers and topic, and to the rest of the people in the panel, but also the rest of the speakers. It's been really thought-provoking, and I think a really important conversation that we're having. I had a slightly different plan for the talk today. I'm gonna take a bit of a modification with apologies. So very briefly, Sam Scarpino, I'm an assistant professor in Network Science Institute Northeastern, primarily focused on, like most everybody here, mathematical and computational modeling of infectious disease outbreaks, but also trying to work at the interface of public health and public health decision-making and how we actually operationalize the outcomes of the models. And for me, I think that the images I keep coming back to for COVID is just the incredible amount of heterogeneity that's present that is seemingly at all scales. So this is just a snapshot of cases internationally at the country level. It's a bit dated, but it's basically the same story, where there's some countries that basically have kept COVID out. There's others that have locally eradicated it. There's others where it basically runs unchecked. Inside of the United States, we see a fairly similar story, although many states have been hit equally hard. Just zooming in on Massachusetts, and zooming in on Boston, like as you zoom in and zoom out, you have the same kind of incredible differences just as you go next door in Boston to a different neighborhood in terms of the attack rates. And we're seeing, not surprisingly, the same thing play out with vaccination. So here's a visualization where the intensity of color in the flag is the coverage, but the coverage is really too low to see. So just the grays are where we haven't even started vaccinating yet. So already this huge heterogeneity in vaccination, but similarly in the US, where we're seeing already big differences in the rate of uptake per capita. And then again, zooming in on Massachusetts and zooming in on Boston, we continue to see this heterogeneity in vaccine uptake. And one of the reasons that I'm particularly concerned about this is work that I've been doing over the past few years with Giovanni Petri at the ISI Foundation, and it's to try to quantify the predictability of the informational dynamics of time series like this. And we do this using a symbolic representation of the time series. We look at patterns of up, 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 down, up, the sort of discretized version of the time series. And we can plot these in terms of the amount of entropy that's present in the time series, with higher meaning it's going to be harder to predict with a model, lower meaning it should be easier to predict with a model. You can ignore years here. I'm going to put influenza up there. But we can see that as you go to the right with either just white noise or a sine wave, you kind of have flat, stationary measures of the predictability. If we put in influenza, we see that it shifts as you gather more data. Really not a coincidence that it changes rapidly as you go through a single year. I'm aggregating over multiple seasons of flu. And we see this pattern with multiple different diseases. So looking at chlamydia, dengue, gonorrhea, measles, mumps, polio, whooping cough, that the entropy in the time series changes as you have longer and longer time series. To me, this has a lot to do with the different kinds of dynamics that are playing out in the different waves and outbreaks that are happening. But what maybe I really want all of you just to kind of like zoom out and stare at here is that these lines are all kind of different, and they actually pretty closely map onto the R naughts of these different pathogens. There's a little bit of residual left over that we think maybe has to do with super spreading or the role of the distribution of secondary infections. And we can play the same game where we look at the amount of entropy at different spatial scales. These are using Google Flu Trends data. But as we aggregate up from the state to the region to the national level, we actually see the predictability going down. So as you kind of aggregate over all these waves, you actually have less predictability because you're kind of mixing these kind of quasi-independent outbreaks together. And this is a concern for COVID. So these are just the median predictabilities of the time series in the different 50 states. And I've highlighted like where a stochastic SIR is. And so I've probably everything above this is things we would maybe say we could predict, and below is going to be a little bit harder. And some states like South Carolina, Oregon, Maine, Vermont, they have pretty predictable time series. Others like Kentucky, Alaska, Arizona, Alabama, not so predictable. And we see kind of a similar trend. It's a paper by Zachary Susswein and Shweta Bansal on estimating the K statistic for the overdispersion. In this case, they were actually showing how you need to correct for biases to get a better estimate of K. But one of the things that jumped out to me is that in these different data sets they looked at, you kind of have K ranging from SARS, Ebola, almost all the way up to flu. Very different dynamics from a super spreading perspective, presumably because of a combination of where in the outbreak it was, the interventions that were in place, the local social networks, and this is all going to contribute to our ability to forecast diseases. Very briefly then, work that we've done looking at the role of mobility. So these are time series of people moving out of Wuhan, China, into neighboring provinces in 2019 versus 2020. You see this big dip right around the cordon sanitaire of Wuhan. But what this actually ended up revealing to us was this really strong dependence on mobility out of Wuhan in terms of the dynamics of COVID-19. So I'm just plotting the growth rate of COVID at the province level on the y-axis and mobility out of Wuhan on the x-axis. January 2nd, week of January 9th, we see the correlations coming up into the 16th. We go into the cordon sanitaire and the correlations come down and they go negative. So the places that had the fastest growth rates and the most mobility from Wuhan now have the largest negative growth rates. And we see this in terms of the UK, Scotland. So a paper showing over 300 introductions of seeded lineages throughout Scotland, just a preprint that was just up. Work that we've been doing on B117 in the UK, this is a preprint that we just posted. The strongest predictor of the growth and frequency across England at the UTLA, sort of the regional level, is the mobility from London, which is the epicenter of the B117 outbreak. And then now looking at the downslope, the strongest predictor of the downslope into the lockdown is the frequency of the variant, not even necessarily the attack rates prior to the variant coming into play. And so what I really think that this tells us is we need these hyper-localized, constantly updating data sets that are going to capture the kinds of mobility patterns that are shifting, the behavioral dynamics as people respond or don't respond to the outbreak. And so this is work that we've been doing that started this time last year as a volunteer consortium. It now has support from Google.org, Rockefeller, University of Oxford, Northeastern, Boston Children's Hospital, Georgetown, Johns Hopkins, variety of other organizations that have built a cloud data platform for hosting anonymized individual level COVID-19 records. We're now hosting about 5 million cases from 100 countries, individuals representing those countries, representing the different technological and epidemiological skill sets that we need. So as I said, we've got 5 million cases in this public repository from about 150 countries, up to 40 data points per case, travel history, symptom onset dates, PCR confirmation, hospitalizations, age distributions, et cetera. We're on track for probably 30 million cases when we publicly launch with the platform in about a month now. And so I think then from my perspective, just to wrap up, really what this says to me is that we need models and data that expect change. And I think this is something that we all understand and have understood for a long time, but we're really seeing it play out with COVID-19, perhaps in a unique way, where this sort of effects of spatial scales kind of persist as you zoom in and zoom out, maybe in a way that doesn't exactly happen with flu or Ebola and SARS. And that the way that people's mobility is changing is different depending on how you look at mobility, whether that's commute flow or interregion mobility or number of social contacts or duration of social contacts. The role of policy interventions on actually influencing mask wearing and other kinds of non-pharmaceutical interventions vary. The effects of heterogeneity and immunity, as we saw in the previous talk and now with the rollout of vaccines, all of these create this very complex, in the true definition of the word, landscape that we have to model and plan against. And this means that we need models that are constantly being reevaluated, constantly reevaluating themselves, but also data that can keep up with those models and can give us the kinds of granularity and shifting resolution that we need in order to both understand this process scientifically, but also to help inform public health decision-making through our models. So with that, again, I want to thank you all for listening and for having me. I'm thrilled to be a part of this conversation and happy to take questions.
Thank you. Wow, and a way to keep to time there. Just one question that I had about one of the plots you just flashed up there very quickly, the changing growth rate versus frequency of the variant of concern. What is going on there?
We don't know. And I'll be honest, probably if Moritz or any of the other co-authors are paying attention, I'm sorry for showing that. I realized it wasn't in the preprint. We don't know, actually. So I will tell you that the variant emerged in a part of England that had very low attack rates and a lot of mobility at the time the variant emerged from. We now see that the growth rates going down are strongly correlated with the presence of that variant. I've got a couple of ideas that have to do with PCR test avoidance and a few other things, but we don't know, basically.
Lauren, would you like to ask your question? You got to unmute.
Yeah. Hey, Sam, that was a great talk. That is such an exciting resource. I had no idea you guys were building that. I'm curious if you could say a little bit more and like what your immediate use cases are. They're probably already ongoing with that data.
Yeah, great question. Also a question some of the funders are asking us pretty regularly too about what the immediate use cases are and who's using it. So the data have actually always been live on our GitHub repository that has APIs. It's just some people know about it and some people don't. The most common use case by far, a bunch of the early papers that came out were using our travel history data. And this was stuff that we were hand annotating for the first couple months of the outbreak. The second most common use case is that for about 10% of the cases, we have symptom onset date and PCR confirmation date. And so using that to parameterize the delay distributions that people have in their models. So like the RT.live tracker uses our data to parameterize their estimates of the RT. We're currently rolling in data on known variants associated with the different cases. And so that's also the thing that we're going to try to have when we go live in a month is tied to the variants. The other piece that we've been navigating that I didn't mention is, so we've engaged heavily with pro bono legal firms through the World Economic Forum and a variety of other groups, and Rockefeller and others, to ensure that we actually have the legal and ethical frameworks in place to share these data openly. And so all of that has also gone into this platform that's going to be a part of the launch as well.
I have another thing that I was wondering about. So when another slide they showed very quickly was showing kind of predictability across different states and comparing that to your basic SIR. And what is causing those deviations? Like, how are some of them more predictable?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, every slide was too fast because I had enough information for like an hour-long talk, but I had trouble paring it down. So I can tell you, just looking at the curves on the left, the ones that are highly predictable, they basically didn't really have a wave in the spring. States like Maine that did a really good job of keeping COVID out and keeping it tamped down. So they basically just have one SIR, which is the one they're in right now. And the ones that have the lower predictability are places that have had, in the middle is like a Massachusetts, where you kind of have a couple of well-organized waves. With our governor's plan to make it happen that way. And then the ones that are the really, like Washington State kind of is this like really jagged kind of jumpy curve. And so of course, one of the things that we're working on right now is layering in data. So Professor Rebecca Katz at Georgetown has this amazing database that they've compiled with policy level interventions down to the county level. So we're trying to now see if there's a way to map on some of the policy intervention data to that. But
if I can just quickly follow up on, I mean, do you have a sense, is that basically all driven by the actual dynamics, or is some of that changes in sampling?
I don't want to touch changes in sampling because I'm intimidated by that. But what I will say is that, so we had a paper come out that I'm super excited about for a variety of reasons, but it shows that this measure of local crowding, so the measure from the 60s Lloyd's mean crowding, is highly predictive of how peaked the epidemics are in different geographic locations. It holds over multiple orders of magnitude in a number of different countries. And how peaked those outbreaks are is going to correlate with the predictability, because if you're in this kind of Sao Paulo style outbreak, this very long, broad metapopulation style as it's popping around, the predictability is going to be much lower there because you have all these kind of overlapping waves that then when you add the sampling and the noise, it's this kind of like big smear. Whereas in Manaus, when you have these like really well structured waves that, tragically are hitting a huge fraction of the population, the local population structure seems to predict that. So one of the things that we're working on now is actually layering in, the numerator of Lloyd's mean crowding looks conspicuously like the expected number of contacts in a fully connected network. You might imagine we could put in a different distribution of connectivity and see if we actually could relate that directly to the predictability. But that's ongoing work. So short answer, we don't exactly know, but I think it's something to do with population structure and then certainly the sampling, but that's just such a disaster, I think, to figure out what's going on there.
Well, actually, that's a good note to move into the panel discussion with, because actually asking about estimating sampling biases is something that I wanted to get the panel's thoughts on. But first, let's start with the question that we kind of warned everyone that we were going to ask. What data do you wish you had? What's your dream, but semi-realistic data? And if you had it, what could you do with it? And I want to also mention that Sean Kennedy from University of Minnesota was a participant who suggested this question before we got started.
Shall I start?
Please.
So I know that so you're, I think, maybe expected to say something about mobile phones or technology. The reality is that these are proxies for what we want to know, which is how many cases there are. And you can't fit models well unless you try and understand how many cases there are. And I think Isabel's talk, was really good in that way. It helps really explain the problems here. So I think, the PCR testing is totally out of reach for many countries. And at the moment, if I could have any kind of information globally honestly, I think good syndromic surveillance is the best bet. Maybe not for COVID-19 now, but in the future, if we can build surveillance platforms in low-income settings where at least syndromic surveillance is up and running. So that is routine and reliable reporting of symptoms. Even in the absence of diagnostic tests, I think that that's really what we need to be going for, like strengthening basic health systems so that we have a better handle on the case data. Because you can get different proxies for all of these things, but at the end of the day, we need to fit and validate the models, and we need to know how many people have the infection. And so, of course, asymptomatics complicate that. Of course, there are many problems. But I honestly think that the biggest problem for the models overall, especially outside high income settings, is just not having a good handle on what's going on and, just basic epi-surveillance data. So yes, better understanding of the demographic biases in the mobile phone data would be really helpful, keeping in mind privacy constraints. But ultimately, we need to have better epi data, especially in remote, hard to reach and vulnerable populations.
And I'll just jump in and say, since the question seems to suggest the sky's the limit, it would just be nice to not have COVID Genomics Consortium UK style density of genomes, and even that we if we have 10% of cases that were actually genome sequenced, we'd be in a much better position than we are now. And as everyone's noticed in the last couple of weeks, this is getting really critical in terms of new variants that are popping up across the world that may have transmission advantages and also may have immune escape phenotypes. And we're still really fumbling around without enough data to really say with much certainty whether this variant in California, for example, really has a transmission advantage or not.
Isabel, Sam, you want to?
Well, I agree with both those answers. I think that those would have been my answers. Maybe I'll say something slightly different then, and I'll pretend like there's maybe not 1,000 people watching, because I think I actually don't know how to do this. So here's my guess at what's going on with B117. I think it's a PCR test resistant mutation. I think that individuals are testing. It's a higher false negative rate. People are walking around contacting each other more, and that explains the negative correlation. I don't know what primers people are using. We tried to do with this for pertussis. You can't figure out what tests people are running. We have no idea what they're actually looking for. So I don't necessarily know how we'd be looking for any of those test escape mutants. In terms of the variants and their fitness, I think we need to have a lot better data on the growth rates, because one of the models that I can't get out of my head is if you have these sort of quasi-isolated deems in a metapopulation and all the variants fitness are being drawn from a Gaussian with the same mean and variance, we get enough of these different quasi-isolated populations and you're going to end up with two variants from the different tails, and it's going to look like one of them is spreading like a lot faster, and then it actually gets out and it'll mix with the mean, and you'll see that relative transmissibility goes down. And so I don't really think we have the tools in place in terms of the data we're gathering to even reject some of those simple models outside really of England and Scotland. And I think we desperately need those as we move forward with COVID and with other diseases.
Well, can I just push a little bit more on this? Like, you mentioned that we would, with more sequencing, we could catch new variants better, like they're doing in the UK. Yeah, so for Isabel or anyone else in the panel, what is the dream? What would we be able to do beyond that? Is that it? Is it catching new variants it? Or is there something more that we could do if we had a lot more data?
I mean, actually, that's a question that we are asking for the Colombia case in particular. Colombia has very little molecular surveillance right now, right? And of course, after these new variants have come out, like there's like this urgency to start sampling more and sequencing more, and discussions on whether we should be looking specifically for B117 using PCR, let's say, versus more broadly sequencing to look at what variants are, and the question of why it's useful always comes up, right? And I do think that one of the reasons that's going to become more and more important is now that we know that there are some immune escape mutants like E484K, for example, right? So knowing whether those variants are in a given country will provide useful information in terms of, or should provide useful information to anticipate increased susceptibility of the population, and also decreased vaccine efficacy once we start mass vaccinating the population. So I do see like one of those uses for escape, like knowing whether escape mutants, immune escape mutants are circulating in a given population or not. That's one of the key uses.
Real briefly, we did some work with the CDC a while ago, showing that you could use, and apologies for the groan that's coming, you can use deep learning with data on influenza genomes and antibody binding to make pretty accurate predictions about what the antibody binding might be in similar genomes. And the idea was that that was going to be basically a lab prioritization tool, so that you can only test a finite number of viruses per day or per week, and so you sequence everything and you run these through the tool, and then you put them in the lab as fast as you can to try to pull that out. So I do think if we had better genome surveillance, there are these pattern recognition tools that are good at recognizing patterns, and I think that we could bring some of those to bear on the problem.
Building off kind of that comment, Sam, this session was really all about all about data sources. And how do we move to research and models that are better at incorporating multiple types of data streams? Because often it seems like, you have people who do sequence data analysis, you have people who do serology, you have people who do mobility data. And how do we sort of better incorporate all that together? And I think to a certain extent, Mike's work in incorporating travel history and case data into the phylogenetics is a good example of that. But what other opportunities might there be in that realm?
Who is that question for, Michael?
Any of the panelists? You?
Okay. So I think, like, if we step outside of COVID-19, the integration of molecular surveillance with other kinds of surveillance will depend on the specifics of transmission, the epidemiological dynamics, things like the incubation period, and the mutation rate of the diversification rate of the pathogen in question. If it diversifies too quickly, then you get no signal. If it's too slow, you get no signal, or maybe different kinds of signal that are useful for different types of policy question. So I think that there's not going to be like a molecular surveillance strategy that is going to be pan-pathogen. I think we need to come up with flexible tools that reflect the biology of different pathogens and have the ability to do what Sanger has done, which is, jump in and make this happen early on. And I, as far as integration into the models, I think this is a really hard problem that we're only now being able to grapple with, because these are all kind of recent data sets in the context of epidemiology. I mean, Ollie Pybus and others wrote the nice phylogenetics kind of review in Science in 2004. But I really think that having it work in practice, especially in the policy world, we're not there yet, actually. I mean, flu is one example because we have a very specific question to do with vaccination. But for, I work on malaria. We're still just starting to understand how to even ask the questions correctly and how to integrate them into models and even understand some of the basic evolutionary dynamics of the disease and the pathogen. So I think we're still working on that. And it's at the moment, what happens is people kind of do parallel analyses and try and kind of cobble them together and compare them and see if there's a consensus. And I hope that we'll start to be able to use analytics from, for example, genomics, and use that as a parameterization in an epi model, or those kinds of things. But I think it's still nascent, and I think it's an exciting. I hope that this pandemic will mean that we really take this seriously, how we get this done, and both methodologically and in terms of operations.
I have a much more practical headache for me, which is like the geographic coding of data. And so like we try to solve this with our current data effort by just enforcing an ontology and a schema around geographic coding from the top down. And we wrote all our own parsers and hand coded everything to map it to our data set. But like, just the amount of effort it takes to get everything lined up so that you can even run a simple analysis is a huge amount of work. And so I think figuring out how we solve that as a community is a big challenge, and one that it also creates a high barrier for entry for lots of people just to even run their model in a different location or against a different data set, or really all the things that a lot of us think are probably important for the work going forward. It's just a huge barrier because of this geographic data coding.
Can I say one more thing that builds on what you're saying, Sam, and on your talk, actually, is that I think that we have this misplaced notion that we can build a model at Harvard and then apply it everywhere in the world. And obviously that's not true. What's really important here is local context, local data that has geographically meaningful and population specific parameters for policy. And so I think instead of thinking about making big models and then distributing them, we need to think more about having local models for that specific problem that takes into account some of these problems with the data itself and what the questions are and so on. And I think that we need to really think about that in the context of what Stephen was talking about, which is how do we take this enthusiasm and make sure that we're not going to make the same mistakes in the next pandemic.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I think that like the first approximation, that's why the IHME model exploded and gained so much popularity, right? Is that they were pretty much the first to have these hyper localized forecasts at the county level, which is where people were making decisions. It's what everybody was interested in their own neighborhoods. And so I think there is a lesson to learn from that, the consumer side of these models in terms of the decision makers, they also need that local information, even if we also understand that scientifically that's kind of where you have to do the modeling.
Yeah, and I want to stress Caroline's point, because that's like a huge issue and has been a huge limitation or a huge challenge for modeling the pandemic for example, in Latin America, is that we are still working mostly, because of the scarcity of data, we're still mostly working with parameters estimated from Europe or China that may or may not. So IFRs is one like age-specific IFRs is one of the things that we simply imported from other countries and not always fits well the data, right? And models are relying on making projections and forecasts based on those and not necessarily adapting to local realities.
Well, I mean, I want to keep going. I have a bunch more, but we should let people take a bathroom break now. But feel free to keep talking in the chat. In particular, there's a question from Ilya and Jennie about whether your models specifically tell you what data we need. So feel free to jump in there, and we'll see everybody back here at 12:40.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Welcome back to the third session for today. This session is going to be on using case data and hospitalization data to help us characterize patterns of population spread of SARS-CoV-2, and also to use case and hospitalization data for ultimately forecasting patterns of disease spread. Our first speaker today is Lauren Ansel-Myers from UT Austin, and she's going to be talking about using hospital admissions data for forecasting COVID-19.
Thank you so much, Katya. So thanks, first of all, to Katya and Daniel and Rustom for putting this together and for your patience. I'm sorry, I've been like very time zone challenged throughout the COVID pandemic. So unfortunately, I have to zip away right after my talk, but I'm going to do my best to come back in for the panel at the end of this. And I also want to just thank Bruce Lavine, who I saw in the audience earlier, not only for being here, but for being a career-changing postdoctoral mentor. Bruce really taught me the importance of and the art of actionable modeling, and I think which I'm hoping to show you today. So thank you all for being here, and I will get started. So what I'm showing you now is a time series of our estimates for the reproduction number of the COVID virus in Austin since the beginning of the pandemic. And this is a screenshot from a dashboard that we maintain daily since the summer. And this is probably a story that most of you have experienced in one form or another in your own communities, or you've been analyzing around the world. But we started with a fairly high estimated transmission rate, or reproduction number maybe exceeding 3. And then we immediately reduced the reproduction number through school closures and our first stay home order. And then Texas was really enthusiastic about the reopening of America, starting the beginning of May, phase 1, mid-May, phase 2. And we saw a significant summer surge where the reproduction number increased. And then it looks sort of stable going forward. See, UT opens, bars closed at a state level, statewide face mask mandate, UT opens, which is a very large public school, 50,000 students, so a lot of influx into Austin. And then it looks like it's kind of been wobbling around a reproduction number around 1, but if you look closely, you'll see that it's actually been significantly above 1 for quite a long time. So what looks sort of mild in a reproduction number plot doesn't look so mild when you look at our ICUs. So this is our COVID ICU patients in Austin, and you can see we are hopefully peaking and not continuing to climb at this point. But what you see there, those spaghetti curves are projections based on a model that is driven by hospital admissions data and SafeGraph cell phone mobility data. And you can see that we are precariously close to what we estimate to be our COVID-19 ICU capacity in Austin. And that's that horizontal line I just put up there. So the reason I'm showing you this plot is because I want to sort of, we've been living this, in a very real way, but we've also been in the modeling consortium that I've been running at UT. We've been working with the city sort of every step of the way to provide different kinds of analysis to help with a few things, to help with situational awareness, to help with actually designing policies, to help with making sort of daily decisions about how to pivot, and then also to help the policymakers, the decision makers, educate and sort of motivate their policies to the public. Starting as early as the mayor asked us to do a press conference the day of the stay home work safe order on March 24th, and asked us to sort of dumb down our graphs so the public would understand what would happen if we didn't stay home. All the way to texts I'm getting today asking about what we're seeing in the restaurant mobility data in town. So what I'd like to do with my 15 minutes is take you through sort of 3 examples of the kind of modeling we've been doing that we're, all using hospitalization data one way or another, and all to support city decision making. So the first is going to be when we should actually trigger various levels of non-pharmaceutical interventions to protect the integrity of our healthcare system. One is to expand our capacity by basically bringing beds into our convention center. ACS stands for Alternative Care Site. And finally, I'm going to return to that dashboard that I just showed you a screenshot from. Okay, so let's rewind the clock. We were back in, I think we made this graph back in, I guess it must have been early May. We were reopening Texas. We were worried about what would happen if we weren't able to enact other measures. And this was one of the projections from a model that had been sort of fitted to data from Austin. The transmission rate that was put into this projection was based on sort of recent estimates for Austin. And we were projecting that if we didn't do anything, we would quickly exceed hospital capacity, and it would be very grim for several months. And, we were sort of envisioning that Austin hospitals would look like what we were seeing in the news from Italy and New York, et cetera. And so clearly this was something that we wanted to avoid, but the question was, how do we avoid this in a really sort of data-driven and scientifically grounded way that also was kind of within the bounds of what state laws were going to allow? Because while our city leadership was erring on the side of caution, our state level leadership was insisting on opening the economy at all costs. So we worked with the city to sort of articulate what the policy should look like. And arguably sort of the most important thing or valuable thing we do when we're working directly with policymakers is to help them articulate their goals in a way that's like very clear, and also in a way that we can incorporate them into the models and ensure that whatever modeling we're doing is sort of aligned with their goals. So, and it took us a while to kind of figure out exactly what it was we should sort of aim for. And ultimately we decided to design a policy around two goals. One is ensuring that we always have capacity in our hospitals. So we keep our hospitalizations under that line, and we want to avoid stay-home orders. So we want to minimize the time we're under socially and economically restrictive policies. So those are our goals, and we can turn those into equations. What are our levers to ensure that we meet those goals? Well, it's sort of those different, you've seen these different like color bars. We can be locked down. We can have restaurants at 25% capacity, 50% capacity, different sizes gathering. So it's that sort of, whatever constellation of, different levels of policy, et cetera. So various combinations and levels of NPIs. And then the questions that were asked to us as modelers is, if these are our goals and these are our levers, what data should we track so we know kind of what situation we're in? And if we're tracking that data, when should we act? When should we change what level or what combination of NPIs we're using? So the first question, what should we track? And this is the kind of data we were looking at when we were making these decisions in May. We were just looking at all the data that we had available to us at the time. I know the last session really sort of hit on a lot of these really interesting data things. You're going to be familiar with sort of the pros and the cons of these, but at the time, cases data was really hard to interpret because on a daily basis, availability of testing, location of testing centers, prerequisites from testing, everything was changing. So it was really hard to get a reliable signal from the case data. Death data was very time lagged. If what we wanted to know was kind of how fast was it transmitting yesterday. And then hospitalization data and ICU data, those are pretty good indicators of what's going on, but they're a little bit complicated to model. If you've looked closely at the durations of stays in hospitals, for example, you'll see that it can be a multimodal distribution depending on age, depending on severity, depending on whether you end up in the ICU. So it's really hard to go from a hospitalization count to back out sort of how quickly was the virus spreading last week. And so we sort of honed in on admissions as kind of a slightly lagged indicator, but a really reliable indicator of how fast it was spreading about 10 days ago. But unfortunately, admissions data is not widely available until, now it's becoming more widely available with the HHS hospitalization data set, but for months and months it wasn't. And so at the time, we argued to the city that this could be really reliable data, if only we could see it. And the city, and I've actually been meeting with the city, what they call the Executive COVID-19 Task Force, at least twice a week. And the task force consists of the mayor, the county judge, who's really the authority, the other researchers and other sort of academic leaders, and then the CEOs of all major hospitals. And basically in those meetings, we said, really, if you give us the admissions data, we can do a much better job. And city leadership sort of twisted the arms of the hospitals. And since I think May, we've been receiving comprehensive daily admissions and discharge data from all area hospitals. So the second question, when should we act, resulted in, we did a lot of modeling around there. We built an optimization framework, and it resulted in the city's current policy. And what you're seeing here is a screenshot of the city's dashboard that's been in place since, I think, around sometime in May. And we are tracking what you see in the graph is the rolling 7-day average of COVID-19 hospital admissions. So it's the data we're tracking. And the different color swaths indicate what stage we're in. And the work that we did was sort of to articulate this framework, but really a lot of kind of computation around what should be those thresholds between green and blue and yellow and orange and red. And so I don't have time to go into the details. We have sort of a proof of concept, the general methodology that we published in the summer that's published in PNAS, but this is applied to just imagining you have a two-stage policy, either you're locked down or you're opened up, but it shows how to do to fit the stochastic optimization with an SEIR model. And then we have a paper on medRxiv that kind of gives the analysis that led to those 5-stage policies in the full glory. Okay, but very briefly, the approach. We apply stochastic optimization. We use an elaborated SEIR model of COVID-19 transmission. That is, I think this was one of the last things that was said in the last panel. I think Caroline was saying the importance of local modeling. So it's really kind of capturing local conditions, local population, local healthcare system, et cetera. And we use that to simulate pandemics under various policies. And we use the stochastic optimization to search large policy spaces to figure out which ones are likely to meet our goals. As part of kind of building that SEIR engine, we fit the model to hospitalization data, not only to estimate the current transmission rate, but to make reasonable kind of guesses as to what the transmission rate might look like if we're under red or orange or yellow, et cetera. The policy space that we search is basically consists of thresholds for 7-day moving average of COVID hospital admissions. So we imagine we're tracking them and we're going to search for optimal thresholds that will trigger between the different levels of NPI. And we use stochastic optimization to determine threshold that ensures that probability of exceeding hospital capacity throughout the pandemic is less than some threshold, for example, 1%. And to minimize the expected days under lockdown, we penalize the model for spending time in red. We penalize it a little bit less for spending time in orange, et cetera. Okay, so this is an example of kind of projections based from the model based on the optimized policy. And these are projections that we made where the model was fit to data through the beginning of October. And the top graph is showing that key indicator, the 7-day hospital admissions. So it's what we're looking at, but not what we're actually trying to guard against. And the bottom one is what we're trying to guard against, which is ever having our ICUs exceed our capacity. So that horizontal line is our capacity. And so what you see on the top graph is that when that 7-day indicator crosses from yellow to orange, orange to red, then the city enacts stricter measures. It changes the transmission rate. And under these, in each one of these spaghetti lines is a different stochastic projection. And the bottom graph shows how that would play out in terms of our ICUs in Austin, and the sort of color, Miro-esque color background indicate the probability that the city would be in each of the different colors on each of the different days. Okay. So this system has been in place so far. It's been protecting against, it's kept us under our capacity. However, there's still the future. But one thing we were very interested in is what about other alert schemes, right? We've heard about all different sorts of thresholds that have been used by different countries, suggested by different research groups. How do they all play out? And so we did do sort of an evaluation to compare how this sort of data-driven these optimal thresholds compare to some of the other widely discussed thresholds. And here is an example of one of those performance comparisons. On the x-axis, we have peak ICU demand. If you're to the right of the horizontal line, it means you're over capacity. The y-axis is how many days we spent under the strictest level of lockdown. So we want to be low on the y-axis and left on the x-axis. And so the black dots there where it says Austin, that's the performance of our model. It performs as it was designed to do, which is to keep things under the ICU capacity with 95% certainty. Each dot is a different simulation and keep us out of a lot of lockdown. The purple ones are based on the Harvard Global Health Institute's recommendations that are based on incidents. So they have thresholds that are 1 per 100,000 incident per day, 10 per 100,000, 25 per 100,000 to go to different levels of lockdown. And what you see is that it's a very cautious policy, right? We are far from reaching ICU capacity, but we end up spending a lot of days under maybe unnecessary economically, costly measures. And then the France one, the sort of mustard colored one, that's the one we heard about in the news in the fall quite a bit. It was based on what proportion of ICU beds were taken up by COVID patients. So once it got to 30% COVID patients, they entered one level of lockdown and 60% was another level of lockdown. And that, based on our analysis, probably triggers too late to avoid overwhelming the ICU patients. Okay, I think I'm coming to the end of my time, right? Okay,
yep.
So I'm gonna.
We have time for one question at this point.
Okay, so then I'll fast forward to the end.
Great.
And I'll say
Thanks.
that we applied the same method to figure out when to trigger the alternative care sites, when to set up the convention center. We had to change the assumptions a lot as capacity changed for a variety of reasons in Austin. And I will just say that the work that went into designing these policies, the dashboard that I'll just point you to check out, was really the work of many different brilliant people from different institutions that have really just sort of stepped up to help in any way they want. And I've highlighted in blue people who are particularly instrumental in the modeling that I discussed today. And I'll just say, I'll close by saying, you might, if you want to see, let's see, I don't know if you can see it actually, but we have a dashboard that uses hospital admissions and SafeGraph mobility data to, let me do this. It's not going to let me do this. Oh yeah. To provide daily projections for Austin and for all 22 regions of Texas as to what's going to happen in our hospitals, what's going to happen in our ICUs, as well as what's been happening through time as far as the transmission rate. So I'd love for you to check it out. There you go. Thanks.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Lauren. We're about a minute over, but maybe we can do one quick question. Molly, I know you put a few questions in the chat. You want to pick out one?
Maybe I will pick one of those. So thanks for a great talk, Lauren. That was excellent. One of the questions that you got is that people are very impressed with the incredible detail of this work on the scale of Austin. And I know you just showed throughout different states, cities in Texas doing similar things. And this person is wondering if any of this work is sort of shared more broadly, and could it be applied to other places that don't have the kind of expertise and local experts in this area that is available in Austin specifically?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the kinds of projections that we started making for Austin and now we're making for Texas, we are trying to ramp up to the entire United States. So county level, MSA level, projections, just like the ones we're making for Austin, so that anybody can look at those projections, anytime they want. But that's work in progress. And the models are pretty complicated. It's hard for, they're not off the shelf, reproduction number estimates. They're pretty complicated, and they have to be, I think, to do a good job, you got to sort of tune it to the specifics of the city. But it is possible, and we are trying to scale that. What's a little bit more difficult to do is this sort of policy optimization. We were really hoping when we first did that from Austin, we could come up with a rule of thumb that said, hey, even though we've done it with our hospital admissions, just take your population size, multiply it by your hospital beds and divide by 3, and you'll get your threshold. And what we found, because we did the same kind of analysis for the city of Houston, is that we haven't figured out kind of a good approximation, that it really does depend in nonlinear ways on the makeup of the city and hospital capacity. And it's something, we're working on. And we do, the framework is set up and now published so that somebody who, can model and, can do math can basically take what we've done and replicate it for another city, but you need somebody who can do the modeling to do that.
Okay. Great. All right. Thank you so much, Lauren. Really appreciate it. Okay. Our next speaker is Joshua Weitz from Georgia Institute of Technology. Take it away, and I'll give you a few extra minutes, of course.
Okay. Katja, can you hear me and see the slide?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So thanks again for everyone, the organization, and also the people who are joining us online. And the title may be a bit philosophical, but I've tried to take this next 10, 12 minutes or so to go over a few things, trying to get this notion of what lessons we may have learned. So hopefully I'll get there. And to start, just giving some sense, obviously the folks in this call are on this call and people are listening in part because this is both a transmissible and severe disease. And so at the very outset, there's a lot of questions both about how likely it is to spread, but the number of fatalities associated, whether that's direct to these case fatality estimates or indirect to this infection fatality, because we're not actually capturing all the cases. That's been mentioned multiple times. And I think really there's a theme here, which is how do we use models to project the value of responses in the absence of pharmaceutical interventions? We haven't focused as much on vaccines today, and for the past year, we haven't, yet we've had to do something. And I think that also means, how are we trying to develop principled theory that's also useful? How can we make a difference? And I will come back to that at the end in this notion of Pasteur's quadrant. And so I'll do this in 3 brief parts, and really these are vignettes more than stories. I'm just going to give you a taste of 3 things, and one of them is on spreading and risk. And there's a image up there in the upper right from April, and really the event happened in March of this Biogen conference, which was a super spreading event. And that theme of super spreading and over dispersion is one that continues to emerge, that we see this is not a homogeneous spread, but yet again and again, there are many, sometimes many cases starting from an individual case. And yet, when people were beginning to track what was going on, and here I focused in via the COVID tracking project on the early stages of the epidemic here in the United States, there were thousands or tens of thousands of cases per day, but that still seemed like a drop in the bucket, yet we knew that this was underestimated. And it was very hard to go from this information to try to communicate to people that there really was an ongoing risk of spread. And so what we tried to do from the very outset was translate these statistics and some of these data to something personal and a bit more relevant, connect it to things that people were doing and might think of doing with a very particular intent to try to reconsider the extent to which people attended or organized a large gathering. Right? And to do that, what we tried to frame is ask the question, what's the chance that one or more individuals may be infected in a group? There are many other steps in that process of transmission, depending on what you're doing. But obviously, if the group is small, even if we're under ascertaining cases, maybe that small group is going to be okay. But once we get into slightly larger groups, the risk of transmission goes up, the number of potential contacts goes up, and therefore we have the possibility of these large spreading events. And we took a very simple approach here, intentionally so, but it actually points at some big unknowns in the field. And we simply use this binomial approximation to say, what's the risk that one or more individuals may have COVID-19 in a group, depending on the group size N, and some estimate of the circulating infection rate. And that is not the same as taking the number of documented cases in the past few days to get an estimate of prevalence because of under ascertainment. So we had to use some notions of case reports, so taking in this data, as well as ascertainment bias. The real shift here, and that's another thing that's been popping up today, is that this is not homogeneous even within a state level, to say nothing of the US. And really the shift happened when I started to collaborate with Professor Cleo Andres, shown here on the bottom, and her team. She's a GIS expert, and we began to automate this, making this instrument that would work at county levels rather than state levels, allowing people to engage with it, and having it update automatically so that one could get a sense, as you can see in this event size in the bottom left, and this is from today, trying to get a sense of what's the risk if I show up in a particular environment that one or more individuals may be infected. And this has been used by literally millions of folks, and we're continuing to update it, but it raises real questions, which is how do we estimate ascertainment bias in light of both seroconversion and seroreversion? We can't just use crude seroprevalence assays, as already been pointed out today, and just use that as a proxy. And there's still many layers of heterogeneous risk left. It's one thing to say someone is there versus that is there may be an actual transmission event, and that has to do with mask wearing and other sorts of behaviors as well. So I think this really has helped us build better instruments, but it's also these instruments are pointing to big theoretical unknowns. The other thing I want to talk about is testing as a mitigation. And I've given some images here separating out to some extent these complementary approaches, that they should be friends and we should have been using far more tests at much larger scale a long time ago, whether it's large scale use of PCR or rapid antigen tests, not just to tell us how bad we're doing, but as a form of intervention and mitigation. And my philosophy here from the outset has been that more tests means more documented cases in the near term, but fewer actual cases in the long term. And I hope I can elaborate on that. And from a principle perspective, if we take a very simple SEIR model and just imagine that instead of waiting for individuals to recover through a natural recovery period, but actually we're removing them via testing, then you can see you have a competition between this recovery rate and this testing rate, and the testing, effective testing rate, is itself a combination of how fast we're testing and the sensitivity of tests. And what this really says is that speed matters, that the faster you're testing with a sufficiently sensitive test can make a big difference. These are two heat maps we used at the outset of some of the Georgia Tech interventions to imagine different conditions depending on what we're doing on our NPIs on the x-axis and our testing frequency on the y-axis. And we want to avoid the upper right hand in these images where you see thousands of cases over the course of a semester in a community of about 15,000. But on the left is a 75% sensitive test and the right is 90%. That's not really where the difference is coming. The difference is coming with speed and with NPIs, and you can see they're synergistic. And so one of the points is that even if we're not all UIUC, who's done incredible work, I think GT has done incredible work as well, but the scale of what UIUC has been doing with respect to testing is off scale. You can still do a lot even with weekly testing if you're using that not alone, but actually synergistically with mask wearing, distancing, and so on. We've done this in practice, and by we meaning a very large group of folks in which I've been going, for example, every week. You get tested. It's a saliva-based, free, simple, fast, takes about 2 minutes. Sometimes, first time I take 5, but 2 minutes to get in and out. You get typically the results the next day. You see an image of the little experiment that we ask people to do with their spit in order to make sure it gets into the vial, and then we can test it. And the results have been that we were able to identify very rapidly a increase in cases that coincided with the return to campus and frankly with rush and parties that were happening at the outset. Yet there were other just consequences of increased density, right? Just having more people in dense live, learn environments. The advantage of this testing is we were able to identify very rapidly clusters, and the clusters have been an advantage vis-a-vis control, because there was a disproportionate, something like 75-25 or 80-20 with respect to disproportionate case reports, both in the Greek houses and residence halls, which means we could actually increase testing in places where there seemed to be more issues and use that as a feedback mechanism to control. And in contrast, UGA, which did not have this large-scale testing, has testing as maybe an indicator, but not as an intervention, went up to greater than 9%, whereas we went up about 3 to 4%, similar to UIC near outset, and then sat below less than 1% for the entirety of the term, even though we were really testing about once a week. And it wasn't even mandatory. As much as I wanted it to be mandatory, we couldn't convince the state to actually make that mandatory. And so I think there are another key questions here. We've tried to use this notion, this very simple notion of a principle to get into action, but we need to go back now, and I think to make this more robust, so we're not just making bespoke instruments, but scalable instruments, and Lauren just alluded to that in her talk about Austin and the hospital prediction. How can we use feedback testing, particularly in the context of a heterogeneous disease, not just a homogeneous disease? And I think that can be our friend in terms of control. Same questions of optimal control, when we have balancing of how much to keep in reserve. And finally, we've been trying to build small instruments that essentially are hotspots and blind spots. Where don't we know enough? Where is it clearly, is there clearly an outbreak, and what can we do about it? And finally, since I'm trying to stay on top with vignettes and try to make this compact, I'll just also make a sort of larger point about behavior, the shape of epidemics and forecasting. And I've put here 2 very early predictions. And of course, these early predictions set the tone for a lot of what has gone on in the field. And I bring them up not to criticize them, but actually just to point out some of what were the missing elements of our understanding at the outset, right? That has been brought up. We were building a lot of this on the fly. Nonetheless, one of the points on the list of the Imperial College report was to say that if we were to do something, it could make a big difference. And if we were to relax again, we could see a resurgence. On the other hand, some of the work of IHME was over-optimistic with respect to how things were going to turn out. And part of that over-optimism wasn't just in the mean, but even in the variance. If you notice here, these are different projections. And in both cases, I think they finally updated this a little bit, but at early spring or summer, they were very confident about the outcome in the month's term. And that sort of uncertainty, I think, was obviously over-optimistic for many reasons. In fact, what happened, as opposed to using a curve fit kind of approach that the IHME did, the reality is that things went and got better temporarily, but then got worse and better and worse. And we are still seeing things that look like either plateaus, and these are using daily deaths rather than cases. The cases look even more extreme, but I think this is a more robust signal, even with variation in care. And what you can see is this was not what folks had expected to see. There's also variation regional. One of the things we tried to put out in May was the notion that one of the key parts of models, and we're aware of this as a field, is that there's a feedback between awareness of severity. If this was a seasonal beta coronavirus and everyone was infected but no one was dying, we would not be here, would not have this conversation. So we tried to build in some notion that awareness of severity might change behavior, and that itself might lead to a feedback, leading to, instead of a peak and a decline, to things like a plateau, where you sit in a plateau essentially near an R effect of about 1 for a long time because of feedback. And if you look early, we see a lot of these plateaus in the early case data. Right? Once you start to add in not only this notion of feedback, but also lags, the idea that we're getting this information, but it's coming late to us because for all, not just reporting lags, but because of the time between transmission, hospitalization, and fatalities, that you can get endogenous oscillations. Right? And there are different parts of that that we're missing, but I think it's clear that we should not have been communicating that the passage of a peak is the end of risk, and we should not be communicating that even now. And so I think that the take home here is that integrating behavior and transmission is going to be key, but I'll point out that mobility alone doesn't explain it. And in the paper, we elaborate on ways in which these simple mobility models, as Lauren pointed out, mobility is a proxy for the things we often want to know. There's other things like risk compensation, mask wearing, social norms. They're going to influence really forecasts. And I think we need more instruments to go beyond near-term forecasting. We could always have been predicting near-term a week or two ahead, no problem, but longer midterm behavior has been problematic. And I think we're missing really principled understanding of behavior and spread. And so with that, I just want to wrap up and put this in some context, which there's a wonderful book by Donald Stokes, which goes against the Vannevar Bush linear notion of progress in science from basic to applied, and thinks of this Pasteur quadrant as use-inspired basic research, which is, I think, what we're all trying to do in some sense, using theory as a form of service to help try to mitigate this epidemic. And in doing so, I think we need instruments, right? Not just even better theory, but theory that can then be used. And when I think about an instrument, a dashboard might tell me how bad things are, but if there's a cockpit and I can steer, that may make things better. Things like what Lauren just described, things like next strain, I think are in those directions. And in my view, if we're going to build better instruments, we need more non-conventional theory beyond these SIR box models, and instruments that allow for real-time interventions. And if we do that, whether it's because we're better understanding strains or risk or behavior, I think we'll have not only better theory, but also a faster ability to really help mitigate and control spread. And with that, I'll just point out that this is all, like everyone here, been the result of large, complex collaborations that have been sustained over the past year. And I'm deeply grateful for the dozens and dozens of folks at Georgia Tech who have been involved in outbreak response, and to the many funders and other folks who've been involved in other parts of the research. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Joshua. If I could start off with the first question, I was really intrigued by the models which have awareness-driven behavioral changes, and I'm wondering, that awareness, right, depends on kind of whether whether that awareness is based on kind of real data, right, and also kind of how well that data is being interpreted, right? And so I'm wondering, have there been models? Have you thought about kind of models where those behavioral changes could actually be driven by awareness, but not accurate awareness, but actually, incorrect awareness?
Yeah, we have in other cases thought about some of those things. The question of perception. There's going to be heterogeneity. There's going to be there's a delay, and people have different notions of risk and risk tolerance. They have a different sense of whether or not that applies to them. So I think that we have not yet integrated those, though we're aware of them. We're aware of that gap. Where we have tried to connect the ideas was to even say, well, what did we expect with respect to mobility and the transmissibility if this awareness model was right? And what we expected to happen is that as people became aware, they would move less. As things got better, they would maybe increase, and there would be maybe some oscillations. And what we saw in the mobility data is that people started to ignore, as if they got tired of being so risk averse. And this notion of fatigue ended up becoming a crucial part that's elaborated in the paper. And I think fatigue is real. And there's other ways in which risk compensation and fatigue is absolutely affecting what's unfolding. And what we did notice is when there was fatigue, if people replaced maybe their mobility but still wearing a mask, maybe that could actually sustain a decline. But if they kept moving around and then didn't replace it with some other social norm, you could see yet another surge. So I think we're really starting to push at the limits of what that mobility data alone can do.
Great, thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Molly, you put something in the chat. Do you want to?
Yeah, so we have a question from Ilya Nemenman. Following your talk, he'd like to repeat one of his previous questions. Could you maybe summarize what the biggest scientific surprises are from COVID modeling and the biggest remaining questions that you have?
Okay, that's a big question. And I'll just say for you, I think the last part, I mean, each one has its own, but the last part, I think I've tried to hit on that. I don't think we know enough, and it's clear that many of the early models, essentially, we view the dynamics as exogenously driven. We have this sort of characteristic epi model, and then we have policy. And I think what we're missing is the endogenous feedback when we perceive risk, and people, you can begin to see people started to change behavior even before, for example, in Georgia, there started to be large-scale imposition of orders, and there's also different orders at county and state level. So I think that remains a big scientific question of how do we mix behavior with transmission. So if I get to choose one, I'll do that one in the interest of time.
Great, thank you so much, Joshua. On that note, there was a paper looking at the dynamics in the 1918 flu back in, a few years ago in PNAS, where they actually, to try to understand the waves, they had to incorporate some of this awareness-driven behavioral changes as well. So it's really interesting. Okay, the next speaker is Sarah Kobe from University of Chicago.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thanks, Sarah.
Apologies. I just had to relocate because there's some work being done in my building. So hopefully the sound of cables slapping against the windows is going to be blunted here. But please let me know if you have trouble hearing me at any time. All right, so I'm going to be talking about measuring and making sense of transmission rates with really an emphasis on measuring transmission rates. And for the trainees who are listening, people new to infectious disease modeling, I have to start with a major caveat, which is I'm talking about the reproductive number, which is not a rate, and that it does not have time in the denominator, but we can convert it to a rate if we want to. And as we know, it's a really nice way of thinking about pandemic dynamics, because of course, it's giving us some situational awareness. We can look at it to see, okay, is the pandemic growing, shrinking, or unchanging? And of course, it's also used in more reflective analyses to understand what sets of control measures might work to control spread. So you have all seen, I think, even in the symposium, some of the really beautiful sites that were established, I think, often by people in Silicon Valley who wanted to provide estimates of RT in close to real time in different locations. And then you might also have seen one of the early applications of this kind of like RT inference to, in this case, advocate for centralized quarantine as a critical non-pharmaceutical intervention to limit spread in Wuhan. So you can see here that the centralized quarantine was imposed when RT first dropped below 1. So the questions that I'm going to be focusing on in this brief time are, first, are the different methods that we have to estimate RT accurate? I'm obviously just going to be focusing on a subset of them. And especially, are we quantifying our uncertainty appropriately? So the work that I'm presenting is part of a very large international collaboration that was headed by Dr. Katie Gostick, who's a postdoc in my group, and she's a sensational scientist and is on the job market right now. And so a lot of the ideas and even some of the slides that I'm presenting are really the work of Katie and, again, this larger team. All right, so One of the things that I didn't appreciate really until the past year is that, of course, there are a lot of different ways to measure RT, and sometimes we're talking about different things when we talk about the reproductive number. So, of course, like if you're lucky and you've got a case or an infection that's really easy to identify, you can just measure the reproductive number directly through, tracing. That's not obviously going to work. The vast majority of the time, it certainly is insufficient for COVID-19. And then, of course, as we've seen, you can also infer the reproductive number from a dynamical model. And of course, this requires many more assumptions and a much richer understanding and confidence in the underlying components of the system. And then a third set of methods takes a step back, less parametric, and allows you to infer the reproductive number from cases, deaths, some sort of proxy of infection using the generation interval. So I did not realize, again, until recently that these methods are really measuring or defining RT in different ways. So one way we can define it is as the instantaneous reproductive number. So this is the average number of new secondary infections at some time caused by individuals who are still infected at that time. And then another way to define RT is as the case or cohort reproductive number, which is the average number of secondary infections caused by somebody who's infected at time t. So this instantaneous reproductive number is effectively backward looking. So it's informed again by past infections. So what this cartoon is showing, the new infections at time t are the blue, is a blue line, and then the green is showing infections caused by people or the infectivity of people who were infected before time ti. And so the people who were infected most recently maybe are like more infectious. That's what that's showing. Alternatively, again, we've got this cohort reproductive number that is going to be informed by what's happening in the future. So what people how many people are going to infect going forward. So this instantaneous reproductive number, if you're used to SAR models, is the thing that you're traditionally, plotting or thinking about when you're, writing down like beta S over gamma or something. And the way that Ann Corey et al. Are calculating it in their method that was published in 2013 is, again, they're looking at the number of new infections on day t, and they're dividing that by all the people who are currently infected on day t, and they're like weighting it by their infectiousness, which again is going to be some function of the time that they were infected. And so there was a really nice development on this method. So Betancourt and Ribeiro showed that under an SAR model, if you are assuming effectively an exponential generation interval, you can make some approximations that allow, they used a really nice kind of Gaussian random walk to infer RT. But again, they're assuming this underlying SAR model and this exponential generation interval. So Katie and well, like a dozen other people, we decided to use synthetic data to test out these methods. So we developed it's supposed to be like a COVID-like infection. So it's an SEIR model in which transmission rate, we have it here falling and then plateauing and then rising and then kind of plateauing again. And so we're assuming a COVID-19 like gamma distributed generation interval. And initially we're going to be fitting to perfectly observed infections. So here we have the instantaneous reproductive number, that's a solid line, and the case reproductive number, which I'm otherwise not really going to pay attention to, is the dashed one here. All right, so the two methods, again, that are trying to calculate that instantaneous reproductive number, their performance here is shown as the difference between that solid black curve and then the solid colored curve. So again, we're kind of being really cruel to the method of Betancourt-Ribeiro because we're deliberately misspecifying the generation interval. But in some ways, this is not a crazy thing to do, especially if this method is being used for certain websites. So which it has been. So it's good to know that, occasionally there's no bias whatsoever, but it can also get RT quite wrong. Again, when the underlying assumptions are not met. The method by Corey does not suffer from that kind of frailty. So there are a lot of challenges with RT estimation, even once you decide on a method that you think is appropriate for the system. So we've touched on misspecification of the generation interval. We also have these issues with right truncation, which is just the fact that, we aren't really seeing evidence of current infections until really like the future. We have underreporting problems, we have lags and reporting delays, and of course, biased data streams. And all of these, I think, are familiar topics to the people here. I'm going to be focusing on these lags and reporting delays. So as we know, they are ubiquitous. What we're really trying to do is look at the rate of infection over time. And most of what we're looking at is the blue stuff, which is downstream. And this is made especially painful, of course, when we have huge testing delays on top of these other downstream observations of the infection process. And what this does is it means when we try to reconstruct the time series of new infections, we're really we're blurring things. So the farther ahead you look, so if you look at deaths compared to cases, the more you're going to be effectively blurring out the peaks and valleys and the changes in the underlying RT. And again, this is potentially problematic depending on how your inference is being used for policymaking or just studying actually the biology of the process. So ideally, we would just have this delay to deal with, which is the delay from infection to symptom onset, which is, of course, something that's been well characterized in a lot of different studies. And this is possible to collect. These are data from Hong Kong, and they do actually collect the date of symptom onset. And you see how it's plotted here over time and related to the reporting interval. So that's really inspiring. And of course, the situation is exceedingly different in many places, including the United States, where we not only often fail to collect, usually I think fail to collect date of symptom onset, but we have additional lags to contend with. So in most places, again, we don't have symptom onset. The time from symptoms to testing is often not really understood. The test turnaround time is often not recorded. And a July survey found that often more than 1 week passes between individuals seeking a test and receiving a test result. So this means, as others have pointed out, that hospitals are often our early indicators. We have a sense of the time from onset to hospitalization, especially from other countries. And of course, it's pretty easy to quantify how long it takes to die if you're going to die in the hospital. And I just want to flag here that Jolene Jardin, Jolene is at Northwestern University, and I have been working with the government of Illinois since May to try to set up a sentinel surveillance system that we can use to provide an earlier indication of changes in RT. And the idea here is to collect information on date of symptom onset. Another component was to look at the labor and delivery population. Fortunately, I don't have time to talk about that here. So we still have problems, even if we know these delays, which is, again, reconstructing the time series of incident infections is really not straightforward. So you can just try to subtract or shift, by the mean delay, which is what we have here with the green and the blue curves. This still doesn't do a great job of, in this case, recapitulating that orange curve. You can also try to sample from that distribution, but that actually is just blurring things even further. So it's also not a good idea. And there are these deconvolution methods, which are really elegant and move things in the right direction, but at least in our experience, they're very finicky and it's hard to know if you're getting things right. So I'm just going to highlight a couple other considerations before just telling you briefly a little bit more about what we've done in Illinois. So underreporting remains a problem with, I think, these RT estimates. The three methods, so I didn't highlight this, but the Willinga-Tunis method for the case reproductive number also has this problem. They're assuming that all infections are observed, and I haven't seen many examples where this is really corrected for. Another problem, as everyone here knows, is that our reporting is quite biased, and especially if we're working from case numbers, in many cases, we don't really understand exactly, who's deciding to get tested on any particular day. And we know there's enormous variation probably in that sort of decision making. So I'd like to end with just a couple words about our application of these kinds of RT inference methods to understand the spread of COVID in Illinois. And so Phil Arevalo, a postdoc in my group, has undertaken this Herculean task of fitting a stochastic dynamical compartmental model to try to forecast hospital bed availability and transmission dynamics throughout the state of Illinois in different regions, while also using these different RT inference methods to, again, get a better handle on the transmission rate. And this is a huge collaboration with lots of current and former lab members and the Illinois Department of Public Health Civis Analytics, which has been curating a lot of the data for us and cleaning it, and then other modeling teams, some of whom you've heard from, and EPIC, I should say, for the within hospital dynamics. All right, so very briefly, this is what the case counts look like just for the city of Chicago. So I want to draw your attention to the fact that we had this huge spike in November that people probably read about, and then it went down. All right, so we here are comparing the RT estimates inferred using a couple different methods, and I just want to point out a couple of things to you. So we've got the RT using, again, this Corey method, or really an adaptation of it, and EpiNow2, from cases in red. We have COVID-like hospital admissions in blue, and then the green thing is our inferred reproductive number from this stochastic dynamical compartmental model that's fitted to hospital census data. And so you can see, first of all, that we have a lot more uncertainty in the model that I think is quantifying the uncertainty most appropriately. That's the green one. You can see, unsurprisingly, that sometimes the cases RT looks a little wonky and really disagrees with the other. And then third, you can see I put on here the timing of increased mitigations. And this is really the nicest example we have in Illinois, where it looks like increased mitigations correlate with a reduction in transmission. Does not look like this elsewhere. So we still don't really understand why the reproductive number dropped so much in November. So my concluding points are, for better insight, we need, I think, better treatment of uncertainty with reproductive number. We have to worry about underreporting, delays, ascertainment biases. And then I'm just going to reference everything that we've been hearing so far about this like basic science we need to do to understand the impacts of behavior, seasonality, and other factors. Thank you very much for your patience and attention. And we're hiring.
Great, thank you so much, Sarah. Molly put a couple of questions in the chat. Molly, do you want to read off one of the? Okay, great.
Yeah, sorry, we just got one from Dave Kennedy that I also want answered, so I'm going to pick that one first. Question for Sarah: with increasing evidence that new variants are more transmissible, is there any way to relate current RT to a new R0 estimate?
Oh, to a new R0 estimate? Yeah, so I think, you know, the Volt et al. Paper and probably other papers have been attempting things like this through a variety of approaches. And I generally, yes, I think we can do this. I think it's going to be harder in the United States and places with insufficient genomic surveillance. But yeah, I mean, if you actually had beautiful surveillance where you could track cases of different clades over time, then it would be very straightforward. But some of the things that Volt et al., you know, were looking at, they did like regressions and looked at the frequency, you know, of the variant in different areas. So it'd be really nice to do that well. But, yeah.
Great, thanks. And can I pick Mary Bushman's question, Molly? Because I wanted to ask that one as well. So Mary Bushman asks, another problem with using the generation interval to estimate RT is that the generation interval distribution can change dramatically as a result of control measures. And I know this is related to some of the work coming out of you know, Hong Kong, looking at changes in the serial interval, you know, with NPIs being implemented.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of that though, like the point of putting in the intrinsic generation interval is still to be capturing the difference between like the R0 and those changes. So it could be that I'm missing like a subtlety here, but I think that is implicitly captured in these RT methods are those changes in the generation interval. That's kind of like what's being measured. But this is I'd be happy to be challenged further on that.
Great. Katya, we have time for one more, probably.
Yeah.
Great. This is from Mayan Ghaffari. Can you give some insight into how you think testing capacity can impact these kinds of RT estimates? For example, if you're in the exponential growth phase and testing is limited versus when you're in a declining peak of an epidemic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can be disastrous. And I think that's why lots of us modelers were not using cases early on in the pandemic and why we were using COVID-like, or for us, COVID-like admissions, you know, or even deaths, right? So I think that's a huge problem. And I don't think the New York Times is helping, but hopefully some of these problems are kind of evening themselves out or getting mitigated in time. But I don't know, because I feel like we lack basic information on who's getting tested and how difficult it is to get tested, and at least in Illinois, I feel like I've got insight into that.
Great, thank you so much, Sarah. All right, next up is Ruan Keefe from Los Alamos National Labs. Ruan, you're still muted if you're trying to talk. It looks like you're still muted.
Does it work now?
Yes, it does. Great.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for the invitation, for the opportunity to participate. And also thank you everybody for staying late for the last talk. I would like to bring everybody back to the very beginning of the epidemic in late 2019 and early 2020. When we watch the outbreak unfold in China, I guess as modelers, most of us were wondering how quickly the outbreak would grow and what is the basic reproductive number is. I guess these are the main focus of the talk today, and I like to say that these two numbers I'm going to talk about in this talk is the exponential growth rate and reproductive number before any intervention was implemented. Sarah just gave a very nice talk about RT, where it tracks the reproductive number over time, but this is the number where how quickly outbreak grow before any intervention was implemented. So I guess the importance of these two as the parameters cannot be overestimated. They are essential for epidemic forecasting, essential for evaluation, intervention, effectiveness, and also it's very important for understanding the herd immunity threshold, which becomes more and more relevant nowadays, given the exciting news from the vaccine development. The idea or the mathematical idea behind estimating these two parameter values are not so complicated. You can collect incidence data or death data or hospitalization data over time, and you fit your favorite model to the data set and estimate the exponent of the exponential growth, which is denoted as little r here. And from this little r, with knowledge of the distribution of a generation interval, which can be approximated by zero interval, you would be able to estimate the value of R0. And mathematically, it's more formally listed here in the formula below. And this paper, Park et al., very nicely talks about intricacies of estimating R0, especially in the context of COVID-19 epidemic. But however, although the ideas are simple, but if you look at the estimates of these two parameter values during early epidemics, you see different estimates. For example, there were initial estimates of the growth rate of this outbreak in Wuhan was between 0.1 to 0.14. On the low end, that translates to a doubling time of 5 to 7 days. Later on, there are estimates of a high epidemic growth rate, 0.2 to 0.3 per day. That translates to a doubling time to 2 to 4 days. Yeah. And for the serial interval in the beginning, was alluded in the discussion early. It was suggested that the serial interval was 7 to 8 days. Then there were estimates later on showing the serial interval was 4 to 6 days. So depends on how you combine these estimates, you would get very different estimates of R0. The R0 of 2.2 to 3 were the most well known, but for our estimates, we estimated a much higher R0 based on the high epidemic growth rate and longer serial interval estimates. I want to show a few examples of how these estimates were estimated and share about two take-home message we would like to from our own perspective, what we learned from these estimations. So first of all, estimation of little r, the exponential growth rate. I guess the challenge for a novel pathogens is really it comes from the data, where the data is likely to be biased for a novel pathogen. And the question is really how to interpret and use data appropriately for inference. And if we do estimate from a certain set of data we collected, then the question is how can we be confident about our inference given the uncertainties and biases in the data set? That's the kind of the main message I like to talk about during this talk. So one of the first estimates in the literature was coming from this nice New England Journal of Medicine paper showing the epidemiology of the early outbreak in Wuhan in late 2019 and early 2020. In this work, they also estimated these two parameter values of interest. What they did was they take the case report data before January the 4th and fit a mathematical model to estimate the initial growth rate. It turned out to be between 0.1 to 0.14 per day. And with some contact tracing data estimating the serial interval, it reaches to the conclusion that R naught is between 2 to 3. And for now, now we understand because we didn't have appropriate diagnostic tools at that time, the case confirmation data during late 2019 is highly unreliable. In addition, this data may massively underestimate the true extent of the outbreak because of asymptomatic infections or mild infections. So because the problem with data collected during the early outbreak, people try to use COVID data collected across the globe outside of China to estimate how quickly the epidemic grows in China. The idea is most of the first exported cases were, most of the cases were exported from China from this sampling process that may tell us how quickly things grow. So another paper, highly influential, published online at the end of January 2020, sorry, typo here, what the used mathematical model and international travelers data to estimate and reached a similar conclusion. The expected epidemic growth rate is relatively low, R naught to be between 2 and 3, but very different from the earlier estimate. They showed that the number of infected individuals could be as high as 75,000 by January the 25th, and the epidemic doubling time was approximately a week. But one question remains: if the doubling time is 1 week, how can the epidemic grow to 75,000 individuals with a few weeks' time? So there were some assumptions in this modeling in this paper. So what we did during the early epidemic, we watched the epidemic plays out, and we used a similar approach. Instead of using international travelers data, what we did was to use domestic travel or mobility data and look at how quickly cases accumulated in provinces outside of the epicenter, where the Hubei province. And we also used two alternative approaches to estimate the epidemic growth rate. And both approaches point to that very high epidemic growth rate between 2.2 and 0.3 per day, translating to a very short epidemic doubling time. So given the very different estimates of epidemic growth rate, the question is really how can we be sure about the estimates? And two things we learned or we thought was important, especially during an initial outbreak, was to cross-validate results with multiple data sets that were not used during inference, and also to test the predictability of the estimates. So for cross-validation, what we looked at was the outbreaks curve by symptom onset, published by China CDC. If you fit an exponential curve on this epidemic curve, you realize the growth rate is in general roughly above 0.2 per day. Another evidence coming from the death curve, as people mentioned, where if you plot the death curve from Wuhan during late January, the growth rate is also greater than 0.2 per day. So for predictability, we look at the epidemic growth, early epidemic growth before intervention was implemented across Europe and the US. We, again, despite very different social, societal settings, we realize the epidemic growth rate is in general greater than 0.2 per day, pointing all this evidence pointing that the virus can cause a very explosive, very high rate of epidemic growth without intervention effort. This has been shown in other works as well. So for the sake of time, I'll just go very quickly through the estimation of R0. Basically, from the epidemic growth rate and mean serial interval, you would be able to estimate R0. And it's very nicely summarized in this diagram where the discrepancies in estimation of R0 largely coming from estimations of serial intervals. What is shown by the two papers here in the below is that without intervention, active isolation of infected individuals, the serial interval estimates is on the long end, 7 days to 8 days. With intervention, the serial interval can be very short, 4 to 5 days. So what we did was to estimate R0 using this longer interval without any intervention. And we, in general, across China, Europe, and the US, in highly populated areas, the R0 estimation is in general higher than 3, probably between 4 to 6. And I think I'll show the last slide of result. Maybe probably I thought would be one of the most important conclusion from the work we did earlier during the epidemic was showing that even under optimistic scenarios, case isolation and quarantine isn't sufficient to contain the epidemic. Social distancing efforts are really needed. This is because first, the very rapid growth of the epidemic and the possibility of pre-symptomatic transmission and asymptomatic transmission. So just summarize lessons learned. During the novel outbreak, the data is uncertain and biased, probably uncertain. 2 ways to test the reliability of the estimates were cross-validation and predictability. And we also find during the course of the journey, we find it's also very difficult to publish something that is different from what was already published, maybe because the difference we estimated, or maybe because the pessimistic message we're telling, we got many rejections. But I would like to thank although a lot of journals have problems with our conclusion, but reviewers of our work are very supportive. This is a very interesting learning experience for us to learn from reviewers and improve our work. I'd like to thank the team members in Atlanta. Of course, the special support from family members. I'm sure in this crazy period, family members sacrifice a lot to support our work. And also Alan Patterson for support and funding agencies. And thank you for staying late.
Great, thank you, Ren. I don't think anyone's staying late. We're not past the 2 p.m. mark. We will transition to the panel in just a minute. But I have a question in terms of the variation that you find in R0 across different regions, and whether you can explain some of that variation, either in terms of density of populations or age structure or anything else.
Yeah, great question. In our model, our model is relatively simple. We didn't incorporate heterogeneities in the population, but one thing I didn't mention, and it's an important point, that the data we used for estimation were mostly taken from metropolitan cities like New York, Lombardy region, Wuhan. I think people have already shown that there's a density dependence. I guess the R0 we estimated probably reflects the R0 in densely populated areas rather than rural areas.
Great. Thank you so much. There is a question for Ruan from Mahan Ghaffari. So I'm trying to look at it from two different computers. Molly, can you read that one?
Read it, yeah.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, so Ruan, the question is, with such massive corrections in R-naught, do you think that would also impact the role of different non-pharmaceutical interventions in reducing R sub T? And could you maybe give us any insight you might have about that?
I guess I will defer the questions to the panel. Probably, I'm definitely not an expert on non-pharmaceutical interventions, but I think our estimation have major implications in terms of vaccine recruit rollout and what that means in terms of whether we would be able to eliminate this virus using vaccines or whether we are expecting endemicity from this virus. I just read a paper from Rustom a group which really nice shows a lot of interesting dynamics and consequences of endemicity of this virus.
Great. And I actually have a question of my own also before we switch over to the panel. I was curious if you have any thoughts on the role of preprints and how you feel like that's sort of affected the evolving science over the past year when we're trying to, deal with these very rapidly changing situations and get quick feedback. And whether you think it's been more helpful or harmful to have preprints available and all of the quick, discussion online and on Twitter that goes on with those.
That's a very interesting question, very hard question. This is the first time I've experienced the power of a preprint during an epidemic. I don't have personally strong opinions, but I do appreciate people try to put their work in preprints and getting feedbacks from the community. In that respect, I thought that's really kind of accelerating the progress of the research in this field. But I'm sure other panels, other people in the panel would have more insightful opinions than I do.
Thanks for that.
Great, thanks, Rin. Okay, well, let's start the panel discussion. We're running just a few minutes late, so hopefully we can go until 2:05, but if people need to leave, that's also, of course, fine. So we have Joshua White, Lauren Ensel-Meyer, Sarah Kobe, Ruan Key, and then Bruce Lavine is also in the panel. And so maybe I can start off the panel discussion with a question, which is about kind of the predictability horizon. So, a lot of models are used for trying to not only understand disease dynamics, but also to predict them. And I know also some of the other participants of the symposium have used their models to kind of, predict what will happen to both SARS-CoV-2 dynamics, as well as, other respiratory viruses, over the next year. So I'd like to get the speakers' perspective on kind of how predictable, given models and the data that they're based on, how predictable and what is the predictability horizon for SARS-CoV-2 in a specific location, given evolution, given behavioral changes, et cetera.
Can our hesitancy reflect the fact that we're a little concerned about that question? Completely, maybe Laura, do you want to jump in?
Not even throwing evolution into the mix. We have been very kind of dogmatic that we will not predict beyond 3 or 4 weeks because we can't predict policies or behavior, right? We know a lot about the virus, and if everybody would just stick with the same behavior and the same policies, we could probably project several months. But at this point, everything's up in the air because people are not behaving the way we expect them to.
Yeah, in Illinois, we don't submit projections more than 4 weeks in advance, and we're not even thrilled, I think, about submitting them that far in advance.
Yeah, and now that we have all these wonderful modelers, it's been really terrific for me. I'm sorry that SARS-CoV-2 is not a phage. We would have had it SARS long ago. But what does strike me is that we're at the greatest issue that I think we're facing is the vaccine, and people have been opening bars when there was a slight decline in the incidence of COVID. And I'm expecting that now that the vaccine is going to be spread, that this is going to be considered a panacea. People will give up all the social distancing that we can attribute to any control. And I think, that people should be looking at what's happening with the vaccine. And some countries like Israel now has about 32% people vaccinated. And I think I'm hoping that lots and lots of people are going to be looking at those data. It's not clear how much transmission is coming from vaccinated individuals. It's not clear what rate they're producing their vaccines failing. And we have to know those data. People are just going to accept the vaccine. They're going to say 95% based on the placebo controls, and then they're going to relax everything. So that's what I think is the major concern that we're facing now, is that vaccine will be considered a panacea and people will relax absolutely everything, in particular the things that really led to the control.
Jump off of that remark, a broad question to the panelists. What is the contribution of modeling to actually the vaccine and vaccination effort? Should modelers be focused on, evaluating different rollout strategies? 1 dose versus 2 dose, for example, et cetera. Or can modeling be used to actually answer some of those questions that Bruce actually mentioned about, how vaccination might affect infectiousness, of individuals who are vaccinated but still get infected?
I think modeling can and is being very useful in helping kind of to navigate some of these operational and prioritization decisions. I'm several steps removed from the folks who are making these decisions, but I've been in conversations with the CDC where they're doing their own modeling. They're asking us what our models look like, and we're looking at exactly the kinds of things that you're talking about, Katya, which is, how important is it to do risk-based prioritization? And should we be doing just risk-based or also contact-based? Should we be prioritizing first doses or second doses with the Pfizer Moderna? How much does adherence or, uptake of the vaccine impact our projections for what's going to happen, as the vaccine rolls out? And there are a couple, there's a few other dimensions that people are analyzing, and then how does it interact with behavior and social distancing and ideally the increase in use of surveillance testing to slow transmission. So I think modeling can give us, they're not forecasts, but they're sort of scenario predictions. Under this kind of scenario, under these kinds of policies, what does it look like? And in our own analyses, the thing that sort of stands out is that the most important thing is speed. The faster we get vaccines to anybody, priority group or not, the better off we're all going to be, and that we're in a really tough situation because we're not social distancing as much as we could and spreading faster than ever. And so it's really just a race. Can we get vaccines to people before the virus gets to them?
If I just follow up, going back to Bruce's point, I agree with everything that was just said. Also, this notion of yes and, that the questions and models we had before on the values of testing and match weight and so on, those are still going to be relevant. And I think the other thing that we haven't raised here, and if we, I guess another way to say that is if we all look at collectively at vaccines, as you said, Bruce, as a panacea and forego, then we're going to be in big trouble. And we're trying, I think, need to reiterate that these are integrative solutions, just like mask wearing was part and testing is part. Vaccines, especially given role, it's going to be part. The other thing that I think we haven't talked about today, probably not enough time, but as society we're going to have to grapple with, is that what happens when individual and population level benefits, they coincide until that point when I get that vaccine. And then, well, what do I do? I'm not me in particular, I haven't gotten one, but someone who has a vaccine may want to relax, whereas collectively we can't have everyone do that. I think that conflict between individual level and population level benefits has not been sorted out, and we don't yet quite know what's going to happen there. And it can be an advantage if we think carefully about individual level policies, or are we going to remain en masse with our policies until we feel like we're past the safe point? That's going to be a tension.
My concern is the panacea concern, and that they're going, I mean, clearly the vaccine at this stage looks like it's good for the individual, and how are the individuals going to behave with respect to the collective? Are vaccinated people going to be wearing masks? And I think they should. And how to get that information out to a public that is trying to do anything to open up everything. And so you've got that, and so, under Trump, of course, the vaccine was going to be the solution. Well, I think people still believe it's the solution, and it may well be the solution. But it's, at this stage, we're about, what, 3.6% in the United States. And it's going to be some time before we could use the US data to find out. And I really think there should be a great deal of concentration on what's happening in Israel and the United Arab Republics, where they're up at 30 and 17 or 18%. And if we could get those data, I think we could make real projections of what to anticipate. I mean, you guys. I'm working on fate.
Yeah. So on a slightly different note, Ilya had a question in the chat, and which is similar to a question of mine. Given how important behavioral changes are, based on how many cases there currently are, et cetera. How much have you guys, or how important do you think it is to actually interact more closely with social scientists, psychologists, et cetera, to try to better formulate models for more accurate kind of understanding?
I'll briefly say, there's a pause. Within our work on the risk side, it's been key to work with folks from different disciplines who think about risk assessment, risk communication on a daily basis. I think we can go further into the social decision sciences to actually try to understand not just how to communicate that to folks, but see how they're using it, how we can refine and improve that communication. And so that is a process. We're starting on that path. I think it's going to be key. And I'd also say that we've had this year of the scientists, not maybe this group, but the folks we may know or adjacent to, who did this incredible job of bringing a vaccine at pace that's highly efficacious within a year. But there's a lot of other components now in society, social sciences and political sciences, that have to step up and to actually do the warp speed part of the warp speed. The warp speed part was done by Moderna and NIH scientists and folks in Europe, et cetera. Now there's this next phase, and they've got to get involved.
Yeah, and I think I completely agree that this is, I think one thing that's become clear in COVID is that pandemic threats aren't just about the virus, right? Pandemic threats have all these like cascading interdependencies. And really, if you want to model something like how are people going to behave and how are policies going to get made and how's it all going to feed back into the system, we need to be including social scientists, policy experts, housing experts, behavioral psychologists, education experts, right? And all of this is sort of impacting what people are doing on a daily basis and how this virus is spreading. So I'm envisioning that COVID, the aftermath of COVID, is that pandemic science is much more than a biological and public health science. It's really kind of a cross-cutting and interdisciplinary effort.
Great. Any other questions from the chat? Yeah, so David Kennedy has a question about with different strains circulating in vaccinated and non-vaccinated hosts. So how much will genomic surveillance actually play into our understanding of vaccine efficacy, et cetera?
It would be nice if it played in a lot. I know of some longitudinal studies that are looking at rates of infection and reinfection in people who have immunity from natural infection, and then from the different vaccines, and money will be put towards sequencing. I'm not sure about the power, and how rapidly we'll be able to answer that. Ideally, the way we do this for flu is there's an outpatient testing network, and a subset of those strains are sent for sequencing. And so you can sometimes estimate clade specific VE. That would be awesome to do here.
I don't see the infrastructure here for that. And then the question is, like in the UK, like how, there's obviously not the same vaccination strategy, so we're not going to be getting the same kinds of VE anyway. So it'd be really nice to set that up all over.
Yeah, agreed. And then a question from Sam Scarpino, which I think probably resonates with many of us who have small children in the house. School transmission. What do people think at this point? I know that there's been a lot of studies on this. What will, with a lot of states opening up their schools now, what do people think is the current conclusion about kind of how much transmission will there be in schools? How does it really change depending on elementary school versus junior high versus high school? And then we can end on that one maybe as we're running out.
So I think sort of I think there's a lot of work that modeling can and has done, thinking about how to open schools, how to gauge risk, when is it appropriate to do different things. I think kind of the pressing things right now are how does vaccination of teachers and how does ramping up of surveillance testing in schools and, modality of surveillance testing, how can those things be leveraged in a really smart way to bring kids onto campus as soon as possible? Also factoring in the current kind of ambient level of transmission in the community.
Great, thank you. Okay, there's one final question from David Rasmussen. I'd be curious to get the panel's opinion on how we can quantify the effect of vaccine on future incidents versus other background changes in mobility, et cetera.
I think he's asking a question, I think, about entanglement of effects, and this has been a very hard thing to disentangle. Yep. I'd say there's even another question, is how are we going to, we'll know about how it's penetrated, but there hasn't really been a thoughtful approach to even try to be smart about saying, go back to the seroversion issue, could we try to be smart about figuring out who had been infected and prioritize within a risk level? I mean, we're just now doing anything to get doses into arms. So at the moment, I don't think there's been great success in disentangling different effects. That's something I guess we'll monitor. And if we're starting to see that it's not making an impact, maybe that's going to be the sign, as Bruce says, of these mobility or mask wearing indicators going the wrong way at the same time as vaccines are going up. And I think that collectively we'll have to monitor for that.
And just tying this back to the last session and the data resource that Sam Scarpino was talking about, that individual level data may help us at some point sort of disentangle various sources of risks. So really excited for that, Sam.
I agree. Okay, so we're a few minutes over already. I just want to thank everyone out there who's watching the YouTube channel and also for contributing to the top chat. And I especially want to thank all the speakers from all three sessions today. Thank you all for great talks and wonderful contributions. And I again want to thank Tiara Ward, the TMLS program coordinator, for getting this all set up on YouTube and over Zoom. So thank you, everyone. And there are questions for the speakers also in the YouTube chat. So if you get a chance, you might want to go there and write some responses to some of the questions we didn't get to today. Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Be well.